Chapter 197. Although most of them were starting to believe Yi Hao and started thinking about Yi Hao's words, that appraising beasts didn't have to be based on appearance. However, this made things even more difficult for the crowd. The chances of failure were very high based on appearance alone. If they didn't pick a magical beast egg with good appearance, it would undoubtedly increase the difficulty. However, Yi Hao's words caused a huge uproar in the future. This was because magic beast eggs of inferior quality were cheap. In the past, magic beast eggs of inferior quality didn't have a market at all. But later on, they became hot sellers. Even though the price of magical beast eggs with poor quality had increased by several folds, there were still people willing to buy them. After all, the better the appearance, the more expensive the egg was. Moreover, appraising a magical beast egg with poor quality was indeed much harder than appraising a magical beast egg with good appearance. Seeing that Yi Qing was done with her appraisal, Yi Hao turned to leave with a smile on his face. Yi Qing quickly chased after him and the crowd immediately opened a path for Yi Hao. Below, Xueji saw how dazzling Yi Hao was and jealousy rose in his heart. Moreover, he had already heard many people talking about how he was inferior to Yi Hao and this made him even angrier. Xia Hao, although your level is higher than mine, the next round isn't just a competition of individual levels. It's also a competition of magical beasts cultivation. You only have a second-rank magical beast, while I have a third-rank magical beast and a fourth-rank magical beast. What do you have to compete with me? Xueji gnashed his teeth, hatefully thinking about this. After the competition ended, Xueji was informed of the next round's content. The next round was a competition of magical beast strength and they had to be appraised by the beast appraisal competition. If it was a competition of individual strength, Xueji was extremely fearful of Yi Hao. However, if it was a competition of magical beasts, he didn't think much of Yi Hao's magical beast. Xia Hao, I must kill your magical beast to make up for the humiliation you've given me. Xueji glanced at Yi Hao's silhouette and immediately turned to leave. Within 3 days, he had to reveal his magical beast form. Only then could he go all out against Yi Hao. He wanted to use his strength to completely crush Yi Hao. He wanted everyone to know that even if they could identify a magical beast from a low-grade magical beast egg, it still couldn't compare to his own magical beast. Everything was fake. Only by appraising the strength of the magical beast could he prove that he was more powerful. No matter how amazing and admirable Yi Hao's beast appraising skills were, he still managed to appraise a rank 3 demonic beast. Xueji could do the same. Although Yi Hao had appraised a mutated demonic beast, Xueji didn't think Yi Hao's rank 2 demonic beast could compare to his rank 4 demonic beast. Boss, wait for me, don't go so fast. Yi Qing put away her magical beast and hurriedly chased after Yi Hao, shouting anxiously, Boss, let's go to the restaurant. I'll treat you to a drink. Yi Qing walked to Yi Hao's side and said flatteringly, All right, where are we going? Lead the way. Yi Hao saw that it was still early and he didn't want to return to the Song Manor so soon, so he quickly agreed. Hearing Yi Hao's agreement, Yi Qing immediately said happily, All right boss, I'll treat you to the best restaurant in Beast King City. Waiter, give me a serving of all the best food and drinks in your restaurant. Yi Qing looked at the waiter. Perhaps it was because of her and Yi Hao's young age that the waiter ignored them. Yi Qing took out a stack of banknotes and threw it at the waiter's face. The waiter was about to get angry, but when he saw the number on the banknotes, he quickly apologized. This kid isn't simple. He actually has a space ring. As Yi Hao didn't restrict the Dragon Prison Lake's weapon spirit's movements, the weapon spirit could see what was happening outside. The moment Yi Qing took out the banknotes, the weapon spirit spoke in Yi Hao's mind. Boss, please have a seat. Walking into the private room, Yi Qing quickly pulled out a chair for Yi Hao and wiped Yi Hao's clothes. Boss, with your strength, why are you participating in this kind of competition? Yi Qing sat down and asked curiously. In his opinion, Yi Hao didn't even give face to the elders of the Thousand Beasts sect, and even offended 2 of them. He was so good at beast appraising, and his cultivation level wasn't low either. Most importantly, he was able to kill an 8th-level Martial King as a 2nd-level Martial King. Hence, he guessed that Yi Hao must have a powerful background to be so arrogant. Although Yi Qing was a hedonistic young master, he wasn't stupid. He didn't mind befriending people with power and background like Yi Hao. Yi Hao chuckled, "Then why are you participating in the Thousand Beasts sect?" "So boss, you're just like me. You were forced by your family." Seeing that Yi Hao didn't say anything, Yi Qing guessed that Yi Hao was a disciple of some powerful force who came out to train. No matter how powerful the force behind Yi Hao was, Yi Qing guessed that it was no smaller than his own family. This was because even he didn't dare to treat the elders of the Thousand Beasts sect that way. Although his life wouldn't be in danger if he did that, it wouldn't be pleasant either. At the very least, he would be skinned alive. On the other hand, Yi Hao didn't care about the elders of the Thousand Beasts sect at all. If he didn't have a powerful background, he would only do so if there was something wrong with his brain. At this moment, Yi Qing was imagining all kinds of things in his mind. He even imagined that Yi Hao's family was one of the top forces on the longevity continent. "Tell me, why are you so unwilling to join the Thousand Beasts sect? There's nothing wrong with joining the Thousand Beasts sect, right? With your family's power, there shouldn't be anyone in the Thousand Beasts sect that can threaten you." Yi Hao glanced at Yi Qing, who was daydreaming. He could guess what Yi Qing was thinking, but he didn't expose her. Anyway, it wouldn't do him any harm, so he just let her daydream. However, Yi Hao was very curious as to why Yi Qing was so afraid of the Thousand Beasts sect. In order to not join the Thousand Beasts sect, he purposely picked 2 magical beast eggs of inferior quality and prayed all kinds of things. No matter how he looked at it, Yi Qing's family wasn't small. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for her to have a spatial ring. That way, she wouldn't be so afraid of the Thousand Beasts sect. Yi Hao guessed and asked, "Could it be that you really have an enemy in the Thousand Beasts sect?" "How could I have an enemy? My Yi family. I'm so kind." Yi Qing almost spilled the beans. She secretly glanced at Yi Hao and saw that Yi Hao was eating as if he didn't notice. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Yi family? Yi Hao naturally heard Yi Qing's words, but he didn't care. There were so many clans in the Myriad Kingdom continent. He knew which Yi family was it, and this Yi Qing obviously didn't want to say it, so Yi Hao pretended not to hear it. "Get to the point." After Yi Hao took a mouthful of food, he raised his eyelids and asked, "Sigh, this is simply my humiliation." Yi Qing seemed to have thought of some unbearable past and sighed with a sad face. Chapter 198. Yi Hao sat on the side and looked at Yi Qing pitifully. Yi Qing was telling her sad history with snot and tears. After more than half an hour, Yi Qing wiped her tears and asked, "Boss, do you think I'm pitiful?" Yi Hao nodded deeply. In his opinion, it was a pure accident that Yi Qing could live to this age. However, from Yi Qing's tone, Yi Hao discovered that although Yi Qing was dissatisfied with his sister and bullied him, he was very respectful towards her. It can be said that they were a pair of siblings who loved and hated each other at the same time. It was just that his sister was more talented and had been bullying him since he was a child. His sister joined the WN show sect a year ago. He sighed that God had eyes. He was finally liberated. Who knew that it would be his turn today? It could be said that he was driven out of the house by his father with a stick. Who asked God to play tricks on him? Even if he deliberately picked 2 bad magical beast eggs, they both hatched magical beasts. He didn't know whether to sigh at his good luck or bad luck. But Yi Hao was a little envious of Yi Qing. Although his sister often beat him, from Yi Qing's tone, he knew that the relationship between him and his sister was very good. Thinking back to his brothers, except for the 8th prince who was good to him for a period of time, and it was because of his other identity, the others all wanted to kill him, so he couldn't feel the brotherly love. "Come on, let's not go home until we're drunk today." Yi Hao was used to drinking the wine of the earth. The wine of the world of 10,000 countries was simply tasteless. Yi Hao took out a few bottles of erguatu from the space and handed a few bottles to Yi Qing. Although Yi Qing was crying, seeing Yi Hao take out so many erguatu that she had never heard or seen before confirmed her guess. Good wine. Unsurprisingly, Yi Qing also choked for a moment, but she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yi Qing could feel Yi Hao's sadness from Yi Hao's tone and said with a smile, "Come on, boss. Let's not think so much today. We just want to get drunk. Yi Qing was born in a big family and knew how deep the water of a big family was. Although his sister had always bullied him, his sister was also his strongest backer. His sister helped him vent his anger many times. She beat away many people who wanted to bully him. In his eyes, Yi Hao was definitely the kind of big family's son who lived in an abyss of suffering. Okay, come on. Yi Hao was not that relaxed when it came to wine. He laughed heartily and blew directly into the bottle. Ah, my head hurt. Yi Hao opened his eyes and hit his aching head. He looked around and said, "Wasn't I drinking with Yi Qing? Why am I in the Song Mansion?" Yi Hao naturally recognized his room at a glance. Seeing that it was already sunny outside, Yi Hao shouted to the outside, "Help! Master, you're awake." One of the Martial King Knights heard Yi Hao's voice and quickly came in and asked with a bow. Yi Hao sat up from the bed and looked at the Martial King Knight. "Why am I here? Wasn't I in the restaurant?" "Young master, Miss Song sent someone to find you last night. As for Yi Qing, she's right next door." The Martial King Knight quickly replied. Yi Hao revealed an expression of understanding. It seemed that he didn't barbecue meat for this girl for nothing. It was useful at the crucial moment. "You lazy pig, you're finally awake." Suddenly, a head popped in from outside the door. Song Shan stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "Tell me, where are you going to play today? Don't tell me you're going to barbecue again." Yi Hao looked at Song Shan's cute appearance and asked with a smile, "You're only thinking about eating. Why don't you hurry up and train your magical beast? Don't you want to compete? You have to know that many people want to defeat you and rely on you to be their cornerstone." "Defeat me for what?" Song Shanshan's words stunned Yi Hao. Could it be that he had not intimidated those people yesterday? "You're strong, but the next round of the beast appraisal competition is a test of your magical beast's strength. It has nothing to do with your personal strength." Everyone in Beast King City knew that Yi Hao had defeated Guohai in an instant. However, Yi Hao's magical beast was only a rank 2 magical beast. Although it was a mutated magical beast, it didn't have any obvious characteristics. Although everyone was afraid of Yi Hao, more people thought that this was a good opportunity to become famous. Defeating Yi Hao was extremely difficult, but defeating Yi Hao's magical beast wasn't impossible. Among them, Xueji had even announced that he would personally kill Yi Hao's magical beasts in 2 days to prove the strength of his magical beasts. This Xueji really doesn't know what's good for him, trying to trick me with a dead egg. I haven't settled this score with him yet and now he dares to provoke me. Then I'll settle the old and new scores with him. After hearing Song Shanshan's words, Yi Hao smacked the bed and scoffed. "Ouch, why did you hit me?" Song Shanshan cried out in pain as she held onto her red hand. Yi Hao scratched his head in embarrassment and said speechlessly, "Who said you could sit down? You even put your hand on my bed. I've worked myself to death to tell you that I can't even sit down when I'm tired. How can you be so righteous when you hit me?" Song Shanshan said angrily. "All right, I'll apologize." No sincerity. A meal of roasted meat. Yi Hao looked at Song Shanshan's back as she turned around and released his trump card. 2 meals. Seeing that Song Shanshan was still ignoring him, Yi Hao continued. Song Shanshan was obviously tempted. She rolled her eyes and snorted again. Yi Hao knew from Song Shanshan's tone that Song Shanshan was already tempted. He pretended to be unwilling and said, "At most 3 meals. If you don't agree, then forget it." Song Shanshan's eyes lit up as if she had won a battle. She revealed a winner's smile and said, "All right, deal." "Oh right, how can a magical beast grow?" Yi Hao brought Song Shanshan to the forest and asked Song Shanshan as he busied himself with the roasted meat in his hands. As for Yi Qing, she was still lying on the bed drunk. Magical beasts usually have their own cultivation methods. But with such a short time, it's obviously too late. We can only buy pills that can help magical beasts improve their cultivation. Song Shanshan sat on a big rock and rested her chin on her hands. She stared at Yi Hao and said without blinking, "Then after we finish eating the roasted meat, you can bring me to the city to buy some pills." Although Yi Hao knew that the white dragon elephant had dragon blood in its body, Yi Hao was still worried about the strength of the white dragon elephant. The white dragon elephant couldn't be like him and kill enemies that were so many levels higher. Yi Hao estimated that it was at most 1 or 2 levels higher. Chapter 199. The Beast Demon Lodge was the largest place in Beast King City that sold pills. Yi Hao and Song Shanshan quickly finished their barbecue and walked into the Beast Demon Lodge. This Beast Demon Lodge is doing well. As soon as Yi Hao walked in, he smelled the strong fragrance of pills. Of course. Most of them are people who have successfully advanced. They want to show off their skills in 2 days, so they are looking for a shortcut here. Song Shanshan held Yi Hao's hand and looked around like a curious baby. Hey, isn't this young Master Xia Hao? Why are you here? Young Master Xia Hao's beast is only at the 2nd rank. He must want to buy pills to help his beast break through. When Yi Hao walked into the Beast Demon Lodge, many people immediately stood out to greet him. There were also many who stood on the spot and whispered, "Master Xue is here." At that moment, a group of people suddenly walked in. The one leading them was naturally Xue Ji. Who is this? Isn't this the famous young Master Xia Hao? Why are you here at the Beast Demon Lodge? When Xue Ji saw Yi Hao, he was obviously stunned for a moment, but he immediately said in a sarcastic tone. Before Yi Hao could say anything, Song Shanshan immediately stood out and said angrily, "It's none of your business whether we buy pills or not." Xue Ji was originally a member of her Song family, but he secretly betrayed the Song family and sided with the country. This made Song Shanshan very unhappy. Ha ha ha! Xue Ji seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Even his followers laughed in unison. "I don't think young Mistress Song knows that the Beast Demon Lodge belongs to me, Xue Ji said proudly and looked at Yi Hao provocatively. "Impossible. How can the Beast Demon Lodge be yours? Isn't it the property of the Beast Demon sect?" Song Shanshan immediately questioned. Although the Beast Demon sect couldn't be compared to the Thousand Beast sect, it was still an existence that Beast King City couldn't afford to offend. If the Beast Demon sect belonged to Xue Ji, then why would he betray the Song family to curry favor with the Guo family? It was more like it was the other way around. Nothing is impossible. I'm the son-in-law of this Beast Demon Lodge. If I say that the Beast Demon Lodge is mine, what's wrong with that? This Xue Ji could be considered to have hit the jackpot. He had consecutively appraised a Class 3 and a Class 4 magical beast, and had actually caught the eye of the daughter of the master of the Beast Demon House in Beast King City. He had directly become the son-in-law of the Beast Demon House. And his status had skyrocketed. That was why he dared to say that he would definitely kill Yi Hao's magical beasts. "What's the matter? It's so noisy," an old man asked as he walked down from the 2nd floor. He was supported by a middle-aged woman. "Father-in-law, why did you come down? It's just a small matter." When Xue Ji saw the old man, it was as if he had seen his own father. He hurriedly ran forward to support him. "You must be Xia Hao. You look pretty good." The middle-aged woman didn't care about Xue Ji's feelings. She walked up to Yi Hao while swaying her hips. She spoke flirtatiously and kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. Looking at the middle-aged woman's appearance, Yi Hao almost vomited. He really didn't know why Xue Ji's taste was so heavy. He even wanted such a woman and dared to show off everywhere. When Xue Ji saw this scene, his face turned green and he said awkwardly, "Madam, come and support father-in-law." "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." The middle-aged woman put her hands on her waist and turned around to roar loudly. Saliva flew everywhere from her mouth. The middle-aged woman turned around, flicked her hair, and pretended to be shy as she said, "Little handsome brother, play with big sister. You can take whatever you want from the Beast Demon Lodge." Song Shanshan was instantly infuriated. She stood out and said in disdain, "How shameless can you be? Look at how old you are. Father-in-law, look." Xue Ji felt that the dignity he had just regained was instantly destroyed by his wife. He instantly became the laughingstock of the crowd. Xue Ji had no choice but to ask the old man for help. The old man gestured for Xue Ji to not be angry and said in a serious tone, "Daughter, come back here." When the middle-aged woman saw Song Shanshan's beauty, her jealousy immediately overflowed and she said in a fierce tone, "Where did you come from, little girl? Do you believe that I won't scratch your little face?" But when she heard the old man's words, she instantly became docile. She swayed her hips and walked to the old man's side. She shook the old man's arm and said, "Dad, enough." The old man growled. The middle-aged woman instantly became obedient. "Xueji, I said that I'll leave this shop to you. You can handle this matter." "Yes, father-in-law." When Xueji heard the old man's words, he was delighted. He was afraid that the old man would dote on his daughter too much. If the middle-aged woman took a fancy to Yi Hao, he would be kicked aside. "Men, chase these two people out. In a while, the Beast Demon Lodge will not welcome the people of the Song Mansion and this young Master Xia. If Yi Hao could come to the Beast Demon Lodge, he must be here for the pills." But he insisted that Yi Hao would not get what he wanted. When the time came, he would be able to ruthlessly attack Yi Hao in the competition and vent his anger. "Why are you chasing us out?" Song Shanshan said unconvinced. She was the daughter of the city lord's family. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, Xueji's words were undoubtedly blacklisting the Song Mansion. This was an open slap to the Song Mansion's face. It was something she could not tolerate. Although Xueji's words were too impulsive, the old man did not care. Even if he offended the overlord of the Beast King City, the old man was not afraid at all. Because he had the Beast Demon sect behind him. This was his confidence. If he wanted to completely capture Xueji, how could he not use some capital? Therefore, the old man acquiesced to Xueji's actions. When the guards of the Beast Demon sect heard Xueji's words, they looked at the old man. The old man nodded slightly and dozens of guards instantly rushed out. Basically, all of them were martial kings or above. "Please." One of the guards stretched out his hand and said in a tough tone. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao sneered and pulled Song Shanshan's hand. "Shanshan, let's go." Xia Hao actually admitted defeat. Am I seeing things? He's not even afraid of the elders of the Thousand Beasts sect. Why did the Beast Demon Lodge admit defeat? Seeing Yi Hao holding Song Shanshan's hand and walking out, no one could believe the scene in front of them. They did not understand when Yi Hao had become so easy to talk to. He did not even give face to the elders of the Thousand Beasts sect. "Oh, right." Yi Hao held Song Shanshan's hand and walked to the door. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks as if he had thought of something. He turned around and met the old man's gaze. He said, "Old man, those who come are guests. And your Beast Demon Lodge actually chased a guest out of the store. Perhaps you're not suitable to be the lodge master. Don't regret it." "Haha tilde, I've been the lodge master for decades and I've never regretted it." Yi Hao's words made the old man very unhappy. Since when did someone dare to threaten him? However, he did not dare to make a move because Yi Hao was a disciple of the Thousand Beasts sect. He could only treat Yi Hao's words as a joke. Chapter 200. Xueji. The old man felt that this wasn't enough and called out in a deep voice. "Son-in-law is here." Xueji hurriedly lowered his head respectfully, looking like he was waiting for orders. "I heard that you want to kill Xia Hao's magical beast in the competition 2 days later," the old man purposely asked in front of Yi Hao. Xueji stole a glance at Yi Hao, then looked at the old man and answered nervously, "Yes. Yes, father-in-law." "Good. Take whatever pills you want from the Beast Demon Lodge. I'll watch it myself on the day of the competition." After the old man finished speaking, he ignored everyone's reaction and went upstairs with the middle-aged woman's help. "Thank you, father-in-law. Thank you." Xueji thanked him profusely. The old man gave him authority that he didn't have in the beginning. Originally, he could only flaunt his prowess in the Beast Demon Lodge, but he didn't dare to touch anything that belonged to the Beast Demon Lodge. With the old man's words, it was undoubtedly a huge help to him. The reason why he agreed to follow that pig-like woman was because of these pills. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about these pills. But now, he could use them as he pleased. It was like a dream. Right now, He didn't know if he should thank Yi Hao for making his father-in-law unhappy. That was why he was able to fulfill his wish. In the Beast Demon Lodge, Xueji was naturally full of confidence. He looked at Yi Hao and said provocatively, "Xia Hao, just wait and see how I'll kill your magical beast in the competition." Hee hee. Yi Hao shook his head with a cold smile and left with Song Shanshan. He couldn't be bothered with him at all. "Brother Xia Hao, what should we do now? According to my sources, this Xueji has a rank 4 magical beast. If we rely on the Beast Demon Lodge, there's still a chance for it to break through to rank 5. Song Shanshan asked worriedly as they walked out of the Beast Demon Lodge. "System, I want to exchange the formula for the experience pill for magical beasts." Yi Hao had already made up his mind. Since he had alchemy skills, he could just refine the pills he didn't have. The only formula that he didn't have could be exchanged with the system. "Ding dong, please choose the formula you want to refine." The system immediately listed out a row of pill formulas for Yi Hao to choose. "Let's choose this beast spirit pill." Yi Hao glanced at the pill formula and compared the pros and cons before choosing a pill formula. "Ding dong, congratulations to host for spending 100,000 reputation points to exchange for the beast spirit pill formula." A piece of beast skin suddenly appeared in Yi Hao's space. However, Yi Hao didn't even bother to check it because the formula had already appeared in his mind. It was as if it was engraved in his mind. Yi Hao read through the ingredients needed for the recipe in his mind. The most important ingredient was the magical beast crystal core. Fortunately, he had collected a pile of them. As for the other spiritual herbs, they were just ordinary spiritual herbs. They were not too difficult to find. "Shanshan, where can I buy spirit grass?" Yi Hao asked the worried Song Shanshan. With Song Shanshan around, it would save him a lot of trouble. Spirit herbs. Could it be that Big Brother Xia Hao wants to feed the magical beast spirit herbs directly? Hearing Yi Hao's question, Song Shanshan guessed, but this is the only way now. Although spirit grass isn't as effective as pills, it still has some use. Song Shanshan didn't even think that Yi Hao wanted to refine pills because not everyone had the talent to refine pills. Therefore, she thought that Yi Hao wanted to feed spirit grass directly to the magical beast spirit herbs. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and bring me there." Yi Hao couldn't be bothered to explain to Song Shanshan and said anxiously. This was because the lowest level of this pill recipe required a 3rd-stage alchemist, and he was still far from that level. What he urgently needed right now was to raise his level so that he could refine the spirit beast pill. "Oh, okay." Song Shanshan could feel the urgency in Yi Hao's tone and hurriedly brought Yi Hao to another pharmacy. This shop should have the spirit grass that Big Brother Xia Hao needs. Song Shanshan brought Yi Hao to the entrance of a pharmacy. Beast King Pavilion. The name is actually the same as Beast King City. Seeing the name of the shop, Yi Hao was a little surprised. Looking at the size of the shop, it wasn't smaller than the Beast Monster abode. Instead, it had a longer history. As if she saw Yi Hao's question, Song Shanshan said, "This Beast King Pavilion used to be the largest beast spirit pill shop in Beast King City. Even the name of Beast King City was changed because of the Beast King Pavilion. It was so powerful. How did it become like this?" Yi Hao was a little surprised. However, looking at the deserted shop, there was a huge difference in popularity between it and the Beast Monster abode. "That's because my Beast King Pavilion can't refine pills anymore. Of course, no one comes." Before Song Shanshan could speak, a girl in pink walked out of the Beast King Pavilion. Her face was covered with a pink veil, and her voice was beautiful. Yi Miaolian walked to Yi Hao's side and bowed gently. "Greetings, young Master Xia Hao. I'm Yi Miaolian." "Oh, you know me?" Yi Hao was a little surprised that Yi Miaolian knew his name. "You must be joking, young Master Xia Hao. You killed the Guo family's father and son, and you didn't even give face to the elders of the Thousand Beast sect. Moreover, you have a heaven-defying beast appraisal skill. Who in Beast King City doesn't know of you?" Yi Miaolian smiled sweetly and said softly, "Big Brother Xia Hao, aren't we buying spiritual herbs? Let's hurry up and buy them." At this moment, Song Shanshan treated Yi Hao as her treasure. She was afraid that Yi Miaolian would snatch him away. She quickly grabbed Yi Hao's shoulder and said, "Sister Shanshan is still so cute." Yi Miaolian walked to Song Shanshan and grabbed her hand. Her tone was kind and friendly. "Young Master Xia Hao, please. Other than pills, my Beast King Pavilion still has a lot of spiritual herbs." Yi Miaolian pulled Song Shanshan into the shop. At the same time, she didn't forget to turn around and say to Yi Hao, "Young Master Xia Hao, you can choose whatever spiritual herbs you want." Yi Miaolian said casually, "Why is there no one in this shop?" Yi Hao looked at the empty medicine shop and asked in confusion. "Sigh." Yi Miaolian sighed, "Ever since my father died, the few alchemists left the shop. Originally, the business was doing well just by selling spiritual herbs. But now that the Beast Monster Lodge is suppressing it, the Beast King Pavilion can no longer support itself." The corners of Yi Miaolian's eyes were filled with sadness. She bitterly smiled and said, "The Beast King Pavilion can no longer afford to keep guards. I dismissed them 2 days ago. Originally, I was going to sell the Beast King Pavilion in a few days. I was going to find a beautiful place to spend the rest of my life." Yi Hao looked at Yi Miaolian with sympathy. He could imagine how difficult it was for a woman to support the Beast King Pavilion alone. "So these spiritual herbs are useless. If young Master Xia Hao needs them, just take it as a gift from me." Yi Miaolian exhaled and pretended to be relaxed. Chapter 201. And Sid equals 343287261 watt. Yi Hao's words stunned Yi Miaolian. She looked at Yi Hao and smiled bitterly. Young Master Xia must be joking. Without alchemists, the Beast King Pavilion is destined to close down. Even the lowest level alchemists are proud and arrogant. We can't afford to hire them. I'm only asking if you want to or not. Yi Hao ignored Yi Miaolian's question and asked with a firm attitude. Yi Miaolian looked deeply at Yi Hao. She didn't know what methods Yi Hao had. She smiled and said, "As long as young Master Xia can make my Beast King Pavilion's reputation overshadow the Beast Monster Lodge, I'm willing to repay you with my body." Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission. Let the Beast King Pavilion regain its glory and force the Beast Monster Lodge to close down. Mission reward, 1 big gift bag, 100 favorability of Yi Miaolian, 1 million experience points, and 1 million resurrection points. It works. Yi Hao had already figured out the rules of the mission and wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that his guess was right. Disregarding everything else, just the resurrection points alone were enough for him to summon a martial honorable. Moreover, he didn't like the Beast Monster Lodge to begin with. Now that the Beast King Pavilion had defeated the Beast Monster Lodge, Yi Hao's method was to rely on the system to summon a few alchemists. "System, how many soul points do I have now?" Yi Hao asked the system. Originally, he had a lot of soul points, but in order to save his life, Yi Hao summoned a martial honorable and a martial soul and placed them in his dragon prison lake. Therefore, he had almost no soul points left. However, he still obtained some soul points after killing Lan Bao and the Guo family's father and son. The host still has 100,000 soul points left. How many soul points does an alchemist need? Level 1 alchemists need 300 soul points. Level 2 alchemists need 3,000 soul points. Level 3 alchemists need 30,000 soul points. Level 4 alchemists need 300,000 soul points. Damn, it's so expensive. Yi Hao listened to the system report and secretly clicked his tongue. Alchemists were actually 3 times more expensive than martial artists. It seemed that alchemists were really more precious than martial artists. However, he only had 100,000 soul points left. There was no hope for him to summon a rank 4 pill refinement master. Yi Hao came back to his senses and asked Yi Miaolian, "Miss Yi, may I ask what rank the pill refinement master of the Beast Demon Lodge is?" The strongest alchemist in the Beast Demon Lodge is their lodge master. He used to be a rank 3 alchemist, but recently, it was rumored that he had just broken through to become a rank 4 alchemist. His alchemy skills are abnormally high, far surpassing my father's. Yi Miaolian's eyes flickered with intense hatred when she mentioned the Beast Monster Lodge. It could be said that without the Beast Monster Lodge, the Beast King Pavilion wouldn't have become what it was today. The reason why the Beast King Pavilion could be said to have fallen to its current state was mostly because of the oppression from the Beast Monster Lodge. That's why we can't fight with the Beast Monster Lodge. Not to mention their lodge master, they have one rank 3 alchemist, 3 rank 2 alchemists, and dozens of rank 1 apprentices. Yi Miaolian sighed and said, "So what?" Yi Hao smiled calmly. After knowing the trump card of the Beast Monster Lodge, he felt a little more confident. "Wait for me, I'll go out for a while." Yi Hao couldn't summon people in front of them, so he found an excuse to leave temporarily. "Hey, big brother Xia Hao, where are you going?" Seeing Yi Hao leave, Song Shanshan hurriedly asked. "Little sister Shanshan, what's the background of this big brother Xia Hao of yours?" Yi Miaolian didn't understand why Yi Hao suddenly left and asked Song Shanshan, who had an anxious look on her face. Song Shanshan shook her head. "Big brother Xia Hao is very mysterious. I also don't know where he came from. Only Xie Chunyu knew about Yi Hao's identity. Xie Chunyu only told City Lord Song, so Song Shanshan didn't know. Could it be that he can find an alchemist?" Yi Miaolian thought, but immediately felt how ridiculous it was. If alchemists were so easy to find, then the Beast King Pavilion wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Could it be that Xia Hao is an alchemist? Yi Miaolian thought of another possibility. But thinking about Yi Hao's age, even if Yi Hao was an alchemist, so what? Her father had worked hard for his entire life, studying the art of alchemy, but in the end, he was only a rank 2 alchemist. Even if Yi Hao was an alchemist, in her eyes, he was only a rank 1 alchemist. Although it wasn't bad, if he wanted to go against the Beast Monster Lodge, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Yi Hao walked to an empty corner, thought for a moment, and said to the system, "I want to exchange for 2 rank 3 alchemists, 10 rank 2 alchemists, and 30 rank 1 alchemists. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 99,000 soul points. Character exchange completed. Summon." With Yi Hao's order, 42 alchemists instantly filled the small alley. All of the alchemists looked around, and when they saw Yi Hao, they quickly knelt on the ground and saluted, "Greetings, my lord." "All right, there's no need to be so courteous. Follow me." With Yi Hao's order, a group of people respectfully followed behind Yi Hao. A beggar looked at the vast crowd and was instantly stunned. He had been waiting here all this time and saw Yi Hao enter with his own eyes. How did it suddenly become so many people? "Big brother Xia Hao, where did you find these people?" "Big sister Yi Miaolian doesn't want your money, but you don't have to empty the shop, right?" In just a short while, Song Shanshan had already become familiar with Yi Miaolian. When she saw the 40 to 50 people behind Yi Hao, she covered her mouth and said in shock, "What are you talking about?" Yi Hao's face was filled with black lines as he gently patted Song Shanshan's head. Young Master Xia Hao, what are you doing?" Seeing Yi Hao suddenly bring so many people in, Yi Miaolian was also shocked. The expression on her face was clearly vexed, as if she had invited a wolf into the house. Yi Miaolian's tone was a little unpleasant. She didn't expect Yi Hao to be such a person. But when she thought that there was no use for her to keep these elixirs, she sighed and said, "Take all of them away. Don't step into the Beast King Pavilion in the future. Big brother Xia Hao, quickly come and explain." Song Shanshan saw that Yi Miaolian was angry and was a little anxious. She quickly grabbed Yi Hao's shoulder and said. At the same time, she persuaded Yi Miaolian, "Big sister Yi Miaolian, big brother Xia Hao is definitely not such a person. Just listen to his explanation. You guys get to work." When Yi Hao saw that Yi Miaolian had misunderstood, he wanted to explain. But when he saw Yi Miaolian's expression, it was obvious that she didn't want to talk to him. Yi Hao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Although the Beast King Pavilion had fallen, there were still dozens of alchemy furnaces in the alchemy district, proving the glory of the Beast King Pavilion. Yi Hao brought everyone to the side of the alchemy furnace. Looking at the clean alchemy furnace, it meant that Yi Miaolian had been cleaning it every day. Chapter 202. You can take these spiritual herbs as you wish, but you're not allowed to touch these pill furnaces. Because she was standing far away, Yi Miaolian mistakenly thought that Yi Hao wanted to take the pill furnaces. Her heart was suddenly ignited with anger as she walked to Yi Hao and shouted, "Ah, Miss Yi, you misunderstood." Yi Hao saw that Yi Miaolian was really angry and wanted to explain. But Yi Miaolian didn't give him a chance at all. She snorted disdainfully, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Don't tell me that you're going to refine pills." Yi Hao nodded slightly, but it made Yi Miaolian sneer even more. "Okay, I'll see what you can refine from the people you casually pulled from the street. Take a look at this pill recipe and get ready to start." Yi Hao knew that no matter how he explained, it was useless. Only by refining the pill could he win Yi Miaolian's trust. This beast spirit pill could only be refined by a third-rank alchemist. Yi Hao handed the pill recipe to the two third-rank alchemists. The two alchemists immediately remembered some of the key points on it and respectfully returned the pill recipe to Yi Hao. Can they really do it? Yi Miaolian looked at the pill recipe in Yi Hao's hand. Although she couldn't see the content of the pill recipe clearly, she began to have some doubts. After all, in her eyes, these people must be casually pulled from the street by Yi Hao. How could they be alchemists? "Mph, I'll see how you act. If you can't refine it, I'll see how you clean up the mess." The two alchemists' movements were almost synchronized. They ignited the furnace in one go and put the prepared spiritual herbs and magical beast cores into the pill furnace at different times. They constantly used their mental power to control the intensity of the fire and injected their martial power into the pill furnace. The spirit grasses in the alchemy furnace instantly melted, turning into a mass of liquid, which was stored in every corner of the alchemy furnace. The magic beast core in the middle also slowly melted, splitting into dozens of streams of energy, which then fused into the liquid spirit grasses. Are they really alchemists? Although Yi Miaolian was not an alchemist, she had been influenced by what she had seen and heard since she was a child. At least, the movements of these two people were somewhat like alchemists in her eyes. However, whether they were or not depended on the final result. The other alchemists were also standing at the side, absorbing the experience. Yi Hao was grinning from ear to ear, and the system's notification cheerfully sounded in his mind, "Congratulations, host. Alchemy experience +1. Congratulations, host. Alchemy experience +1. Yi Hao did not expect that he could gain experience just by watching others refine pills. This was really a pleasant surprise. Ouch. Suddenly, Yi Hao sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Hao lowered his head and looked at the little hand on his waist. He looked at Song Shanshan in pain. "Why did you pinch me? Humph, you big pervert. Not only did you peek at Sister Yi Miaolian, but you also smiled so obscenely." Song Shanshan wrinkled her little nose and said with a jealous tone, "When did I?" Yi Hao shouted with great desire. Following Song Shanshan's gaze, he saw Yi Miaolian standing in front of the alchemy furnace. Yi Hao had been staring at the alchemy furnace. In the eyes of the two girls, Yi Hao had been staring at Yi Miaolian, and even showed an obscene smile. Yi Hao felt bitter in his heart. This time, he really couldn't wash away his guilt. Looking at the angry and embarrassed expression on Yi Miaolian's face, she obviously misunderstood him like Song Shanshan. "Then why did you pinch me?" Yi Hao could of course hear the jealousy in Song Shanshan's tone, and deliberately pretended to be depressed and asked. That is because I saw injustice and drew my sword to help." Song Shanshan was asked by Yi Hao, and her heart suddenly became nervous. "Oh, okay. Humph, what a block of wood." Song Shanshan looked at Yi Hao as if he really didn't understand. She was a little angry and paced her feet. Suddenly, a head bent over to her ear, and the hot breath made her ear itch. Suddenly, her little face blushed. "Why do I feel that you are jealous? Don't tell me that you like me." After saying that, Yi Hao looked at Song Shanshan with a mischievous smile. Song Shanshan didn't dare to look at Yi Hao's eyes. She quickly lowered her head, almost burying it in her chest. "The pill is done, open it for me." At this moment, two loud shouts sounded at the same time. With a bang, the lids of the two alchemy furnaces were opened at the same time. A strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire Beast King pavilion, attracting many passers-by to look. It's really done. Yi Miaolian had been watching the two of them refining the pill. The moment the pill was successfully refined, Yi Miaolian ran to the side of the two alchemy furnaces. Looking at the alchemy furnaces lying in the furnaces, she happily picked them up. Boo-hoo Tilda, I'm so happy, thank you. Yi Miaolian looked at the pill in her hand and was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. She directly threw herself into Yi Hao's arms and sobbed. Yi Hao didn't react to this scene. Strictly speaking, this was the first time a woman threw herself into his arms. Moreover, it was a great beauty. Although Yi Miaolian was wearing a veil, Yi Hao knew that Yi Miaolian was definitely good-looking from her delicate body. Yi Hao lowered his head and looked at Yi Miaolian in his arms. He made up his mind and reached out his hand to hold Yi Miaolian's slender waist. His heart instantly swayed. However, with so many subordinates here, Yi Hao couldn't do anything excessive. He just looked at Yi Miaolian's slender waist with one hand and stroked Yi Miaolian's hair with the other. When Yi Hao reached out his hand to hold her, Yi Miaolian instantly reacted. Her heart was incomparably nervous. Fortunately, Yi Hao didn't do anything excessive, which made her feel relieved. Feeling Yi Hao's warm embrace, she suddenly wanted to cry out all the grievances in her heart. Song Shanshan stood behind Yi Hao and looked at Yi Miaolian with envy. She pouted her little mouth, but when she heard Yi Miaolian's cries, she also felt pity for Yi Miaolian. She lived in the Beast King city and had more or less heard about Yi Miaolian. She also admired Yi Miaolian very much. Yi Miaolian was a weak woman. It was already very difficult for her to support the Beast King Pavilion until now. This was because the Beast Demon Lodge was too powerful. Even the City Lord Mansion had to fear the Beast Demon Lodge, let alone Yi Miaolian. How difficult was it for her to fight against the Beast Demon Lodge alone? I'm sorry, young Master Xia. This little girl lost her composure. Yi Miaolian suddenly struggled out of Yi Hao's arms and apologized. She quickly went upstairs. Why are you suddenly shy? Yi Hao rubbed his head and looked at the pills in the two alchemy furnaces. There were 7 pills in one alchemy furnace, and 6 pills in the other alchemy furnace. Adding the pills in Yi Miaolian's hands, there were exactly 7 pills in total. This meant that the two of them were equally matched. Yi Hao put away the 2 pills and instructed the 2 alchemists, "You two continue refining pills." However, when he saw the other alchemists, Yi Hao suddenly felt troubled. This was because they couldn't refine the Beast Spirit pill. The only pill formulas he had were the Golden Saw pill and the laxative pill formulas. Now, the Golden Saw pill didn't have much effect on him. Young Master Xia, these are the pill formulas left behind by my late father. They are all low-level pill formulas. I wonder if young Master Xia can use them. Chapter 203. Really? This is simply too good. Hearing Yi Miaolian's words, Yi Hao's heart was ecstatic. His subordinates finally had a use. Thank you. Yi Hao hurriedly took the stack of pill recipes. You guys, get to work. Yi Hao picked out some useful pill recipes and handed them to his subordinates. Everyone immediately got busy. However, there were only a dozen or so pill furnaces on the field, which was not enough for everyone. Yi Hao asked embarrassedly, "Miss Yi, I wonder if there are any more pill furnaces?" "Why? There are so many pill furnaces, isn't it enough for young Master Xia?" Yi Miaolian asked in confusion. Yes. Yi Hao nodded. Just as Yi Miaolian was about to question him, a dozen or so pill furnaces suddenly lit up with flames at the same time. Yi Miaolian looked at the dozen or so people refining pills in shock and asked in disbelief, They are all alchemists." "Yes, is there a problem?" Yi Hao did not deny it and looked at Yi Miaolian in confusion. No. Yi Miaolian did not know how to describe her inner thoughts. She looked at Yi Hao in a daze. How did you do it? Yi Miaolian was very curious. How did Yi Hao find so many alchemists in such a short period of time? Could it be that alchemists were really worthless? Yi Miaolian felt as if she was dreaming. Everything that happened in front of her was an illusion, but she clearly knew that all of this was real. It was all done by this young man in front of her. He was indeed very mysterious, as Song Shanshan said, Miss Yi, Miss Yi. Yi Hao's call woke Yi Miaolian up from her contemplation. Ah. What's the matter? Young Master Xia? I want to send people to buy a lot of spirit herbs. Yi Hao said with a chuckle. We still have a lot of spirit herbs, there's no need to buy them. Yi Miaolian did not understand. No, if we want to suppress the Beast Demon Lodge, we have to buy a lot of spirit herbs when they are unprepared and then refine them into pills. When the time comes, we can use the price to suppress the Beast Demon Lodge. Yi Hao spoke out his idea. If he wanted to suppress the Beast Demon Lodge, he could only start from the price of pills. The Beast Demon Lodge was the dominant force in the Beast King City. They would never have thought that the Beast Pavilion would suddenly come back to life. Yi Hao wanted to buy all the spirit herbs in the entire Beast King City while they weren't paying attention, so that the Beast Monster Lodge wouldn't have any spirit herbs to use but. Seeing Yi Miaolian's embarrassed look, Yi Hao asked in confusion, are there any other obstacles? It's just that the Beast King Pavilion doesn't have much liquid capital now. When Yi Miaolian said this, she looked embarrassed. After all, the Beast King Pavilion had been holding on for so long and had long been exhausted. I thought it was something serious. Yi Hao laughed when he heard Yi Miaolian's words. He took out 10 million taels of gold from the space and handed it to Yi Miaolian. Miss Yi, please take them with you to buy the spirit herbs. You must finish it quickly. So much. Young Master Xia, this won't do. Yi Miaolian looked at the silver notes in her hand and felt that it was extremely heavy. She quickly wanted to stuff it back into Yi Hao's hand. Yi Hao chuckled and asked, don't you want the Beast King Pavilion to regain its glory? If you don't go now, I will leave with my subordinates immediately. Seeing that Yi Hao was about to get angry, Yi Miaolian panicked. Don't, young Master Xia. I will go now. The Beast King Pavilion was her father's life's work. If it wasn't because she had no other choice, how could she be willing to close the Beast King Pavilion? Now that the Beast King Pavilion finally had a glimmer of hope, Yi Miaolian naturally didn't want to let it go. But young Master Xia, there are too many silver notes here. Yi Miaolian took out a large portion of the silver notes and wanted to return it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao quickly refused. Now that the Beast King City is full of people, we have to seize this opportunity. I am afraid that the spirit herbs in the Beast King City are not enough. Send people to other cities to buy spirit herbs, pill furnaces, and formulas. Okay. Yi Miaolian could hear Yi Hao's ambition from Yi Hao's tone and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing Yi Miaolian leave, Yi Hao gave a few instructions to his subordinates. He casually found a room, took out his pill furnace, and began to prepare to refine pills. If he wanted to defeat the Beast Demon Temple, just the price alone wasn't enough. Yi Hao wanted to defeat the Beast Demon Temple in all aspects. However, the Beast Demon Temple's master was a rank 4 pill refiner. He only had 1,000 soul points left and didn't have many resurrection pills left. It was impossible to summon a rank 4 pill refiner, so he could only rely on himself. Yi Hao found a rank 2 pill formula from the pill recipe. His subordinates had already prepared the spirit herbs for him. Yi Hao followed the method in the pill recipe and threw the spirit herbs into the pill furnace one by one. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully refining pills. You have received 10 pill refining experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully refining pills. You have received 10 pill refining experience points. Yi Hao repeated the pill refining actions like a machine. He kept putting the spirit herbs into the pill furnace and taking out the complete pills. He had already refined dozens of pills. At this moment, the system's notification suddenly rang. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for reaching rank 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pill explosion technique. I've finally leveled up. Yi Hao was overjoyed. He exhaled and asked, what's the pill explosion technique? Yi Hao checked the pill explosion technique that the system rewarded him and immediately understood. The pill explosion technique was a method of refining pills. Very few people in the Myriad Kingdom continent had mastered it. It was almost lost. Normal pill refiners would start the furnace immediately after refining pills. However, the pill explosion technique separated the pills when they were about to take shape. It could randomly increase the number of pills and the quality of the pills wouldn't be any worse. So magical. After Yi Hao read the introduction of the pill explosion technique, his curiosity was piqued. He hurriedly threw the spirit herbs into the pill furnace again. It's almost done. Just as the elixir was about to take shape, Yi Hao's hand made a strange movement, and a strange force was injected into the elixir. At the same time, according to the elixir explosion technique, Yi Hao's spiritual force was also controlling the elixir. Yi Hao shouted in his mind, "Open for me." Just as the pills were about to take shape, the 7 pills in the pill furnace instantly exploded. Spirit energy filled the entire pill furnace. However, a strange force instantly fused all the exploded pills together. The pills are done. Yi Hao extinguished the fire and quickly walked to the front of the pill furnace. Seeing 9 round pills lying in the pill furnace, Yi Hao was very excited. It's a success. Chapter 204. According to his normal alchemy routine, he would produce an average of 6 to 7 pills each time. This was his first attempt, and he managed to increase the number of pills by 2. This made Yi Hao exceptionally happy. Yi Hao picked up a pill and took out another pill that he had already refined. Comparing the 2 pills, the pill he refined now was even better than the one he had refined before. Maybe it was related to the increase in his level, but there was almost no difference in the weight of the pills, which made Yi Hao very curious. Yi Hao put away the pills and prepared to continue refining pills, but this time he was going to refine the beast spirit pill. He was already a level 3 alchemist. If he were to refine level 2 pills, the experience points would undoubtedly decrease a lot. He had to quickly advance to level 4 alchemist. Shanshan, where's young Master Xia? In less than an hour, Yi Miaolian came back with more than 10 carriages full of spiritual herbs. Yi Miaolian arranged for people to put the spiritual herbs into the warehouse and looked around the hall. She couldn't see Yi Hao's figure, only Song Shanshan was sitting on a chair and dozing off. "Oh, there." Song Shanshan yawned and pointed in the direction of the alchemy room. "What's young Master Xia doing in the alchemy room?" Yi Miaolian walked to the door of the alchemy room and peeked in through the crack of the door. He actually knows how to refine pills. Yi Miaolian couldn't believe what was happening in front of her eyes. Yi Hao's skillful movements looked even better than her father. Is he still human? Miss Yi is back. Yi Hao was a martial king now. The moment Yi Miaolian appeared at the door, Yi Hao had already noticed. After refining the pills, Yi Hao stood up and opened the door. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to peek." Yi Miaolian was discovered by Yi Hao and felt a little embarrassed. She quickly apologized. Yi Hao shook his head with a smile. "How's the spiritual herbs?" When Yi Miaolian saw that Yi Hao didn't care at all, she let out a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "I've already bought all the spiritual herb stores in the Beast King city. This is just a small part of it." Yi Miaolian pointed at the carriages and said. Yi Hao nodded and signaled her to continue. The prices of these spirit herb shops have been lowered by the Beast Monster Lodge. Although our prices are 10% higher, it's still less than half of the market price. At the same time, I've also followed your instructions and sent some people to the surrounding cities to purchase spirit herbs. Well done. Yi Hao was not stingy with his compliments. At the same time, he did not expect the Beast Monster Lodge to be so black-hearted as to lower the prices of those spiritual herb shops to such an extent. At the same time, in many shops, I bought some ordinary alchemy furnaces at very low prices. Once Yi Miaolian's voice faded, over 10 horse carriages drove in from the gate. Each carriage had 2 to 3 cauldrons on it. "I really don't know how to thank you." Yi Hao happily held Yi Miaolian's hand. This Yi Miaolian is meticulous in her work. She's simply taken care of everything. When Yi Miaolian felt her hand being wrapped by Yi Hao's warm palm, her heart couldn't help but become nervous. Her face was instantly dyed red, but it was covered by the veil on her face. "Young Master Xia, don't say that. I should be the one thanking you. I never thought that the Beast King Pavilion would become so lively. You must remember what you said." Yi Hao suddenly turned his face and looked at Yi Miaolian. Yi Miaolian instantly felt that her heart was about to jump out. She looked into Yi Hao's eyes and said with a trembling voice, "What did you say?" Yi Miaolian instantly remembered what she said to Yi Hao at the beginning. As long as Yi Hao could ignite the Beast King Pavilion's glory, she would repay him with her body. Just based on Yi Hao's actions, igniting the Beast King Pavilion's glory was just around the corner. At the beginning, she only said it casually. In her opinion, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to do it. But who knew that Yi Hao really did it? She instantly didn't know what to do. "Alright, I'm just teasing you." Yi Hao looked at Yi Miaolian in a daze and said with a smile. Yi Miaolian suddenly felt a little disappointed. She carefully looked into Yi Hao's eyes. "As long as you treat me well, I'm willing to marry you. But I want to keep the Beast King Pavilion open and expand it. That's my father's lifelong wish." Yi Miaolian's words were incomparably serious. Yi Hao was stunned, because he didn't take it seriously from the beginning. He didn't expect Yi Miaolian to actually take it seriously. Yi Hao looked into Yi Miaolian's clear eyes and held her hand. "You won't regret it." Yi Miaolian shook her head and said in a gentle voice, "I won't regret it. Alright, I'll help you realize your dream. But you have to think about it carefully." Yi Hao's goal was to unify the Myriad Kingdom continent, and in terms of capital, there was no doubt that he had a huge amount. Opening a shop that sold beast cores was also part of his plan, and Yi Miaolian was a suitable candidate. As for the name of the shop, Yi Hao didn't care, as long as it belonged to him. Yi Miaolian carefully looked at Yi Hao. She didn't expect Yi Hao to give her time to think about it. She was incomparably touched, and directly threw herself into Yi Hao's arms. "I've thought about it, I'm yours from now on. Don't worry, I'll treat you well." Yi Hao hugged Yi Miaolian in his arms. Strictly speaking, this was his first woman. "You're together just like that. You guys are too hasty." Song Shanshan stood at the side, and clearly heard the words of the two people. Looking at the two people who were tightly hugging each other, she opened her mouth and said, "Hiss." Yi Hao was puzzled. He wanted to ask Yi Miaolian why she pinched him, but Yi Miaolian's whisper came into his ear. "See, your little lover is jealous." "What's going on?" Yi Hao sighed. "Why do women pinch men's waists? Is this a natural skill?" He had already been pinched twice today. First by Song Shanshan, and now by Yi Miaolian. They were both so sour. "Don't pretend, don't think I can't see it." Yi Miaolian snorted twice. "Tell me honestly, how many women do you have?" Yi Hao lamented how women got into their roles so quickly. Before, she still had a gentle look, and now she was embarrassed. Why was she jealous all of a sudden? "Hey, do you guys still take me seriously?" Song Shanshan looked at the two people who were still whispering sweet nothings and said angrily, "If you don't mind, let's hug together." Yi Hao chuckled, and reached out an arm. "You're showing your fox tail." Yi Miaolian took the opportunity to get out of Yi Hao's arms, and held Song Shanshan's hand. "Sister Shanshan, let's go. Ignore this big pervert." "How did I become a pervert?" Yi Hao touched his nose. Song Shanshan was held by Yi Miaolian with some reluctance. Yi Miaolian laughed and asked, "Sister Shanshan, it seems that you want to be hugged by that pervert." "I don't." Song Shanshan was seen through, and she was embarrassed. Her pretty face was as red as an apple, delicious and attractive. Chapter 205. When Yi Hao saw the two girls walking upstairs, an alchemist walked up to Yi Hao and asked, "Lord, where are these alchemy furnaces?" Yi Hao looked around the hall and pointed to the southeast direction. "Clean up that place. Put the alchemy furnaces there. You can refine pills there in the future." Hearing Yi Hao's instructions, the alchemist quickly ordered people to carry the alchemy furnaces down the carriage one by one. "Wait a minute, put this alchemy furnace down first." Yi Hao saw 4 burly men carrying a pitch-black alchemy furnace. It was very simple and unadorned. "Lord, your luck is not bad. This is a rank 3 alchemy furnace." Just when Yi Hao was about to use the probing technique, the weapon spirit of Dragon Prison Lake said, "Sure enough, I found a treasure." Hearing the words of the weapon spirit, Yi Hao was delighted. The alchemy furnace he used was still an ordinary one. A spirit tool alchemy furnace could increase the quality of the pills and increase the success rate of refining the pills. However, a spirit tool alchemy furnace was also very expensive. It was much more expensive than other spirit tools of the same level. What surprised Yi Hao was that he could actually find a treasure in this Beast King city. A rank 3 alchemy furnace was something that could only be found by chance. Is there a problem with this alchemy furnace? This is a gift from someone because I have a lot of spirit herbs. Yi Miaolian and Song Shanshan walked in front of Yi Hao at the same time. Yi Miaolian saw Yi Hao staring at the alchemy furnace and said, "Someone gave it to me." Yi Hao was a little surprised. This alchemy furnace could definitely buy the entire Beast King pavilion. It was actually a gift from someone else. Yeah, can't I use it? If I can't use it, I will get people to throw it away. Yi Miaolian also didn't like the pitch-black alchemy furnace. If it wasn't for the fact that the Beast King pavilion lacked alchemy furnaces, she wouldn't have brought this alchemy furnace back. This is a rank 3 alchemy furnace. Yi Hao whispered in the ears of the two girls. Really? How is this possible? The two women looked at the pitch-black alchemy furnace in disbelief. They couldn't tell that it was a tier 3 alchemy furnace. Even if they threw it on the street, they estimated that no one would pick it up. It can't be, right? The Beast Monster Lodge only has a single tier 2 pill furnace, but we unexpectedly obtained a tier 3 pill furnace. Yi Miaolian's eyes were filled with a deep smile. Doesn't that mean we've already surpassed the Beast Monster Lodge? Song Shanshan covered her mouth and said excitedly. The Beast Demon Lodge only had one rank 3 alchemist, while the Beast King Pavilion had 3, including Yi Hao. There were 2 more alchemists than the Beast Demon Lodge. The Beast Monster House had 3 rank 2 alchemists while the Beast King Pavilion had 10. There were less than 20 tier 1 alchemists, but the Beast King Pavilion had 30 of them. Even their alchemy cauldrons were more powerful than those of the Beast Demon Lodge. Don't be happy too early. Don't forget that their housemaster is a 4th rank alchemist. Yi Hao gently stroked Song Shanshan's head. Then what should we do? Yi Miaolian knew that Yi Hao's worries were correct. Just the housemaster of the Beast Demon Lodge alone was enough to resist all the advantages of the Beast King Pavilion. We'll open for business tomorrow. The price of the pills will be 2 times lower. Yi Hao made a decision. Isn't it too hasty? Yi Miaolian said worriedly. The competition is the day after tomorrow. I believe there must be a lot of people who haven't bought the pills, and the price of the Beast Demon Lodge has tripled. We have to seize this opportunity. Moreover, we've bought so many pills, so it's impossible that the Beast Demon Lodge doesn't know. We can't delay any longer. Yeah. Yi Miaolian thought for a moment and nodded, thinking that Yi Hao's words made sense. Where are you going? Yi Miaolian asked in confusion as she watched Yi Hao walk towards the alchemist with his alchemy cauldron. I have to raise my alchemy level to tier 4 as soon as possible. Yi Hao's tone was solemn. He also felt a lot of pressure to raise his alchemy profession by tomorrow. Are you crazy? The two girls looked at each other and said in unison. Other people's alchemy skills were accumulated over a long period of time. Who could raise their alchemy level overnight? Seeing that Yi Hao didn't seem to be joking, the two girls had no choice but to prepare for the opening ceremony tomorrow. Song Shanshan hurried back to the Song residence, wanting her grandfather to help with the promotion. Therefore, the alchemists also sat down and frantically refined pills to prepare for the opening ceremony tomorrow. Xueji sat in the private room, squinting his eyes as he looked at the wine cup in his hand and asked softly, "Have you found out who's buying the pills?" The guard behind him quickly replied, reporting to young master, "We've found out that the Beast King Pavilion is buying spiritual herbs." Beast King Pavilion? Xueji put down the wine cup in his hand and closed his eyes. The Beast King Pavilion doesn't even have an alchemist, so why are they buying so many spiritual herbs? Could it be that they want to start a spiritual herb business? Reporting to young master, it said that a group of people suddenly appeared in the Beast King Pavilion. It seems that someone is refining pills in the Beast King Pavilion, and the Beast King Pavilion has bought dozens of alchemy cauldrons. The guard looked at Xueji with envy. He was so lucky to become the son-in-law of the Beast King Pavilion. Impossible. Shueji couldn't help but raise his voice. Do you think I'm a fool? Alchemists are so rare. How could the Beast King Pavilion have so many alchemists? Hearing the guard say that the Beast King Pavilion had bought dozens of alchemy cauldrons, Shueji was furious. It was obvious that he didn't believe the guard's words. The guard quickly knelt on one knee and said with a sad face, "Young master, please understand. Everything I said is true. Come with me to report to my father-in-law." Shueji knew that this was no small matter. He quickly got up and led the guard to the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Shueji walked to the room on the 3rd floor. He stood at the door and tidied up his clothes. He gently knocked on the door and said, "Father-in-law, I have something to report." After a moment of silence, the voice of the Beast King Pavilion's master came. "Oh, it's Shueji. Come in." Shueji carefully opened the door and saw an old man in a coat sitting by the bed. Shueji accidentally saw a beautiful girl tied to the bed. Shueji quickly looked away. "Ahem, Shueji, what's the matter?" The old man coughed a few times and asked. At the same time, his skinny old hands were still moving around the girl's body. The girl's mouth was also gagged, so she could only make sounds of struggling. "Hurry up and tell me everything from the beginning." Shueji pulled the guard over, and the guard hurriedly told him everything. The old man's face became gloomier. Even his eyebrows were knitted together. There hasn't been any news from the gang recently. No other forces have entered the Beast King city. Hearing that the Beast King Pavilion had made such a big move, the old man instantly thought of other forces. He thought for a while and said, "We can't make a rash decision on this matter. I want to see what the Beast King Pavilion is doing. I'll send someone back to the sect to ask. You may leave." The old man waved his hand and said to the guard. When Shueji saw the guard leave, he suddenly felt uneasy. He asked fearfully, "Father-in-law, is there anything else?" Chapter 206. The old man squinted his eyes, got up, and closed the door. Shueji's heart trembled violently. He didn't dare to look back and lowered his head. "Take off your clothes and go play with her." The old man walked to the table and said to Shueji. When Shueji heard the old man's words, he immediately knelt down while trembling. "Little Shu doesn't dare to apologize. Enough. Hurry up and go." The old man snorted impatiently. Shueji carefully looked at the old man and reached out with his trembling hands to take off his clothes. "Hurry up and go. Otherwise, your wife will be back soon." After the old man said that, Shueji looked at the beautiful girl on the bed. He was instantly aroused. He clenched his teeth and pounced on her. The old man looked at Shueji's actions and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He sat there quietly. After a while, Shueji finished and turned to look at the old man. The old man ruthlessly said, "Kill her." Seeing the old man throw the dagger, Shueji looked at the shy and beautiful girl under him. He said reluctantly, "Father-in-law, such a good girl. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill her? You can choose not to kill her. This is the granddaughter of an elder in the Thousand Beast sect. It's up to you to kill her." After the old man said that, he didn't wait for Shueji's reaction and turned to leave. "What? How could this be?" When Shueji heard the old man's words, he instantly collapsed on the bed. He carefully looked at the girl under him. She didn't look like a girl from an ordinary family. If the Thousand Beast sect knew about this, not to mention whether he could still enter the Thousand Beast sect, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape death. Shueji made up his mind. He picked up the dagger and stabbed it into the girl's throat, ignoring her struggle. Clap, clap, clap. The old man pushed the door open and clapped. "Congratulations on making the right choice. I will take care of the rest for you. The condition is that you don't betray me. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death. Little Shu understands." Baldy Shueji crawled up from the corpse and quickly put on his clothes. If he was only using the Beast Demon Lodge before and could abandon it when he reached the Thousand Beast sect, then his life was now in the old man's hands. Old ginger is spicier. Shueji took a deep look at the old man and left. "Father, you're really something. Just as Xueji left, the middle-aged woman walked out from behind the bed. She looked at Xueji's departing figure and sneered. "Temph, does he really think that I'm senile and want to use me? Now, you have to listen to me obediently." The old man chuckled. "Father, the matter of the Beast King Pavilion? Make a trip back to the sect and help me check if other forces have invaded Beast King City." "Yes, father." "How's the situation at the Beast King Pavilion?" Early in the morning, the old man was very concerned about the Beast King Pavilion. He had already sent his subordinates to the Beast King Pavilion. The guard smiled and said, "Housemaster, don't worry. The Beast King Pavilion has been open for more than 2 hours, but not a single elixir has been sold." "Ha ha ha, I thought this Beast King Pavilion had some ability." The old man looked at the packed Beast Demon Lodge and smiled in satisfaction. He took out a silver note from his pocket. "You did well. Here's your reward. Continue your observation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully refining elixir. Experience gained +20. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up his alchemy profession. Current level, level 4 alchemist. Ding dong, reward to the host, level 4 beast spirit elixir Formula 1. Reward to the host, level 4 golden saw medicine Formula 1. Reward, 100,000 experience points. That's great. There are actually 2 more formulas. Yi Hao listened to the system's notification. His elementary golden saw medicine had long lost its effect. He was still thinking of buying the elixir formula. He didn't expect the system to give him one. Although the 100,000 experience points rewarded by the system were a lot, it wasn't enough for Yi Hao to level up. However, it was almost enough. Yi Hao pushed open the door and saw his subordinates working hard to refine elixirs. It seemed that most of them had stayed up all night like him. However, the hall was deserted. Instead, there were some people crowding around the door. Yi Miaolian was so excited that she didn't sleep well. When she saw Yi Hao come out, she quickly ran over. "Xia Hao, you're out. What's wrong? This matter isn't urgent. Why isn't there a single customer in the store?" Yi Hao asked, puzzled. Yi Miaolian thought that Yi Hao wasn't able to level up, so he wasn't willing to say. However, she didn't ask and quickly replied, "These people don't believe in our elixirs. Until now, no one has come to ask about the price. How can this be?" Yi Hao didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's have people move the pill furnaces outside to refine the elixirs. I don't believe that they still don't believe in us." "Okay, I'll do it right away." At this point, Yi Miaolian had no other choice but to follow Yi Hao's arrangement. Everyone moved the pill furnaces outside and began to refine the elixirs. However, after more than half an hour, several batches of elixirs had been refined, but still, no one came to buy them. Yi Hao was also a little anxious. He walked to a deserted corner, casually changed his appearance, and walked into the crowd. "Brother, why aren't you buying the elixirs?" Yi Hao smiled and asked a young man who was watching attentively. The young man looked at Yi Hao and said, "You're an outsider, right?" Yi Hao nodded. The young man revealed a relieved expression and explained, "You don't know, but the Beast King Pavilion was about to close down yesterday because they didn't have a single alchemist. Today, I don't know where they found these people from. But aren't they refining elixirs?" "They are refining elixirs, but who knows what the quality of the elixirs are? If I buy some inferior elixirs, I might as well spend more money and buy them from the Beast Monster Lodge." The young man's words instantly gained the approval of the people around him. This little brother is right. Although all elixirs look similar, there are differences in quality. Although the Beast Monster Lodge's elixirs are a little more expensive, the quality is still good. However, I don't know where the Beast King Pavilion found these alchemists from, so the quality is uncertain. "I see." Yi Hao nodded secretly. He finally understood where the reason was. He had neglected the quality aspect before, which was what everyone was most worried about. This was because elixirs of the same grade were also divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and the higher grade of perfect elixirs. With different grades, there would be differences in the efficacy of the elixirs. After all, the elixirs refined by alchemists of the same grade would more or less be different. Chapter 207. Yi Hao knew where the problem was. He walked to an empty corner, changed back into his own clothes, and walked back into the shop. Seeing Yi Hao return, Yi Miaolian couldn't help but get up and ask anxiously, "Xia Hao, how's the situation? They don't really believe in the quality of our pills." Yi Hao pointed out the crux of the problem. "Then what should we do?" Yi Miaolian couldn't make up her mind and placed her hopes on Yi Hao. She had already regarded Yi Hao as her backbone. "Send the pills." Yi Hao spat out 3 words. "Send the pills." Yi Miaolian covered her mouth and looked at Yi Hao in shock. "Then wouldn't we suffer a huge loss? Don't talk about defeating the Beast Monster Lodge, we might just close down. Watch me." With a faint smile on his face, Yi Hao held Yi Miaolian's hand and walked to the entrance of the Beast King Pavilion. He summoned the white dragon giant elephant, and Yi Hao jumped on top of the elephant's head. The white dragon giant elephant snorted, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "It's Xia Hao. Why is he here? What does he want? Could it be that he wants to buy pills here? I heard that he went to the Beast Monster Lodge and was chased out by Xueji's men." The onlookers retracted their gazes from the alchemists and looked at Yi Hao, discussing in groups of 3 to 5. "Everyone, quiet down. This Beast King Pavilion is opened by me, Xia Hao. Now, I'll send out 100 Tier 1 pills, 10 Tier 2 pills, and 2 Tier 3 pills. Remember, it's first come, first served. Each person can only receive 1 pill." Yi Hao used the power of martial arts to support his voice, and it resounded throughout the street. "Giving medicinal pills? Are you serious?" Immediately, some people became restless and stepped forward to ask. "It's true. You're the first to ask. This Tier 3 Beast Spirit pill is yours." Yi Hao took the pill bottle from Yi Miaolian, took out a Tier 3 Beast Spirit pill, and tossed it to the person who spoke. That person was stunned. He looked at the pill in his hand. He didn't expect that he would receive a Tier 3 pill just because he said a few words. "Me too. Give me a pill." Seeing that Yi Hao was really giving out elixirs, more people started to shout excitedly. Yi Hao smiled and threw out the elixirs one by one. "You can give it to your magical beasts." Looking at the pills in his hand, Yi Hao said, "I've given you the pills for free. Now, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor and see how effective my pills are." Everyone who received the pills nodded. After all, they had received a pill from Yi Hao for no reason. It was only right for them to help him prove the efficacy of the pill. Moreover, they were also eager to know the efficacy of the pill given by Yi Hao. Wait. Just as everyone released their magical beasts, a group of people suddenly walked over from the crowd. The one who spoke was Xueji. "He told you to test the medicinal pills, so you did it. You're too stupid. Don't forget that he's also a contestant. Aren't you afraid that there's something in the pills?" Xueji snatched the pill from someone's hand and sniffed it before throwing it to the ground and crushing it with his foot. "What are you doing?" The person whose pill was snatched questioned loudly. "Don't be angry. This is a pill from our Beast Demon Lodge. The quality is guaranteed. Compared to that pill with something in it, you've made a killing." Xueji patted that person's shoulder and took out a pill from his pocket. Looking at the pill in Xueji's hand, and then looking at the crushed pill on the ground, that person raised his head to look at Xia Hao, and then happily received the pill from Xueji. Those who wanted to feed the pills to their magical beasts started to hesitate. Looking at the pills in their hands, they didn't know what to do. "Today, our Beast Demon Lodge will be merciful. As long as you throw the pills in your hands to the ground and crush them, you can get a pill of the same grade from us." Xueji walked to the front of the crowd and said to them. At the same time, he gave Yi Hao a provocative look. Xueji's words moved even more people. After all, what Xueji said made sense. No one knew where the Beast King Pavilion found an alchemist. Who knew if there was something wrong with the pills? And the reputation of the Beast Demon Lodge was better than that of the Beast King Pavilion. Seeing that many people were moved, Xueji smirked and continued, look at his magical beasts. They're still of the same grade. If there's nothing wrong with his pills, why didn't he let his magical beasts eat them? What he said makes sense. Anyway, we can exchange for a pill from Xueji. We won't lose anything. Master Xue, I'm willing to exchange with you. After a while, a skinny young man stepped forward and said to Xueji in a fawning manner, "Then crush the pill and I'll give you a pill of the same grade." Xueji said with a smile. At this moment, he felt extremely refreshed. Letting everyone step on Yi Hao's pill was equivalent to slapping Yi Hao in the face. Furthermore, when the time came, he wouldn't be able to sell a single pill. When the skinny young man heard Xueji's words, he was a little reluctant to part with the pill in his hand. After all, if the pill was crushed, the spiritual energy of the pill would disappear and the pill would lose its effect. If the pill in his hand was real, then he would suffer a great loss by stepping on it. His pill was a rank 2 pill. Why are you reluctant? You have to think carefully. As long as you step on that pill, you can obtain a pill from the Beast Demon Lodge. Xueji could guess the young man's thoughts. He immediately took out a rank 2 pill and said to the young man, "If the pill in your hand is mixed with something, then it won't be good." Hearing Xueji's words, the young man's expression changed. He made up his mind and was about to throw the pill on the ground. "Wait a minute." Yi Hao suddenly said, "This pill was given by me, Xia Hao. Do you want to return it to me? However, if you dare to step on it, no matter who you are, you will die without a doubt." Yi Hao's voice was incomparably cold and contained a thick killing intent. The young man panicked. After all, Yi Hao was an existence that could kill an 8th-order martial king in an instant. The young man knew that he was no match for Yi Hao. The young man raised his hand and made a pose as if he was about to throw the pill, but he didn't dare to land it. "Young Master Xia, you are too overbearing. You are the one who gave out the pill. Why do you care what others do with it?" Xueji said sarcastically. "Shut up. You dared to step on my pill just now, so you are destined to die. If anyone dares to throw my pill, I will kill you first." Yi Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Xueji and said word by word. At the same time, the blood-scarred dual blades appeared in his hands. Xueji wanted to say something, but when he saw the dual blades in Yi Hao's hands, he recalled the scene of the Guo family's father and son being killed. He swallowed his saliva and swallowed his words. Chapter 208. Master Xue, this. The young man cast a questioning look at Xueji. "Return it to him and I'll still give you the pills," Xueji said with an awkward smile. Hearing Xueji's words, many people heaved a sigh of relief. If they had to go against Yi Hao, they were willing to give up on Xueji's pills. But now that Xueji had relented, as long as they returned Yi Hao's pills, they wouldn't offend either side and would still get a pill. By the way, the Beast King Pavilion will give a 50% discount to anyone who I give the pills to today. The rest of the customers will get a 20% discount, but I won't blame anyone who exchanges for the pills, but there won't be any discount. Seeing that many people had the intention of returning the pills, Yi Hao said softly. Hearing Yi Hao's words, many people began to hesitate. That was a 50% discount, which was almost a buy one get one free deal. One had to know that the Beast Demon Abode didn't give discounts, and the price alone was 3 times higher. Comparing the two, the Beast King Pavilion's pills were like cabbage. "How about it, Master Xue? Do you want to give the customers a discount?" Yi Hao chuckled as he looked at Xueji. Yi Hao's words immediately made everyone look at Xueji's people, hoping that Xueji would give a bigger discount. After all, when comparing the two shops, most people were still skeptical about the quality of the pills from the Beast King Pavilion. Instead, they believed in the Beast Demon Abode's pills more. It was just that the Beast Demon Abode's pills were too expensive for people to afford. That was why so many people stopped by the Beast King Pavilion to see the effects of the pills. Xueji's expression turned ugly. It was fine for him to use the Beast Demon Abode to flaunt his prowess and give out a few pills. He could even suppress Yi Hao's face. Perhaps his father-in-law would even reward him. But when it came to discounting the Beast Demon Abode's pills, he really didn't have the authority to do so. At that moment, A beast demon loft guard ran over and whispered into Shueji's ear. Shueji's face lit up as he deliberately coughed twice and said, "To thank everyone for their support of the beast demon loft, the price of the beast demon loft's pills has been restored. Furthermore, those who exchange Beast King Hall's pills will enjoy a 20% discount." Shueji's words immediately moved many people. If it had been yesterday, everyone would have jumped for joy and crowded the Beast Monster Lodge. However, now that the Beast King Pavilion was offering a lower price, even more people started to compare. This was human nature. If the Beast Demon Lodge was the only one selling magical beast pills, the Beast Demon Lodge would have restored the price at this critical juncture. Most likely, everyone would go to the Beast Monster Lodge to buy it, and they would feel that they had taken advantage of the situation. However, now that the Beast King Pavilion had appeared, and its price was even lower than the Beast Demon Lodge's original price, even more people began to hesitate. They wanted to know the quality of the Beast King Pavilion's pills and how they compared to the Beast Demon Lodge's. What are you hesitating for? Even if you don't believe in the Beast Demon Lodge, don't tell me you don't believe in the Beast Demon sect. Shueji thought that after he announced this news, everyone would look at him with admiration and gratitude. However, to his surprise, everyone just looked at him quietly. It was as if the shocking news of the Beast Demon Lodge lowering the price had no effect on them at all. Besides, who knows where the Beast King Pavilion found these alchemists? Do you think their pills can be compared to our Beast Demon Lodges? Shueji continued to shatter the hearts of those who were still hesitating. "Young Master Xia, I don't want this pill anymore. Here, take it." At this moment, the skinny young man walked to the giant elephant's side and nervously handed the pill to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took the pill with a smile and nodded gently. He didn't even look at the young man, nor did he say anything. When Shueji saw someone return the pill to Yi Hao, he immediately laughed and took out a pill. "This pill is yours. You performed well. Today, the Beast Demon Lodge will give you a 30% discount." "Thank you, Master Xue." The young man happily took the pill and stood to the side. "What are you waiting for? Time is limited. Don't regret it when the time comes." Shueji continued to provoke the crowd. Yi Miaolian stood to the side and was secretly anxious. She kept winking at Yi Hao, but Yi Hao's eyes were slightly closed as if he was asleep. Yi Miaolian wanted to speak a few times, but when she saw Yi Hao's appearance, she swallowed her words back. With the young man taking the lead, it didn't take long for nearly half of the people to return the pill to Yi Hao. Yi Hao just smiled and took the pill back. He didn't say a word to persuade them to stay. On the contrary, Shueji kept talking non-stop, making more people return the medicinal pills to Yi Hao. Seeing that nearly half of the people returned the pill, Yi Miaolian wasn't the only one who was anxious. Even the alchemists stopped refining and looked at Yi Hao anxiously. "Brother Xia Hao, what are you doing? Why didn't you say a few words to persuade them to stay? These people are going to leave soon." Song Shanshan, who was standing in the crowd, looked at Yi Hao. She was so anxious that her little hands kept playing with the corner of her clothes. "Xia Hao, you're really not simple. How many secrets do you have?" Xie Chunyu, who was hiding in the crowd, looked at Yi Hao, who was sitting on the white dragon elephant. She was very curious. How did Yi Hao become the boss of the Beast King Pavilion overnight? And he even got so many alchemists. It was only now that Xie Chunyu realized that Yi Hao was the one who had caused a huge uproar in the Beast King city yesterday. He had even purchased all the spirit herbs in the city. This girl seems to have known about it a long time ago. She actually kept it from me. Xie Chunyu looked at Song Shanshan in the crowd and thought angrily. Is there anyone else? This is a rare opportunity. Shueji saw that more than half of the people had returned the pill to Yi Hao. His face was full of smiles. After a while, there were still 30 to 40 people left. They were holding the pills that Yi Hao had given them. Their hearts were still firmly on Yi Hao's side. Yi Hao suddenly opened his eyes and said solemnly, "All right, Xia Hao, thank you for believing in me. Now, I implore you to let your magical beasts eat our pills. I, Xia Hao, guarantee that if there are any problems with your magical beasts, The Beast King Pavilion will compensate you with 3 times the price of your magical beasts. Alright, I believe in you, young Master Xia. The person who had received the rank 3 pill at the beginning stood out and said. At the same time, he released his magical beast. His magical beast was a peak rank 2 giant lizard. If he wanted to upgrade it, rank 2 pills would no longer be effective. He could only use rank 3 pills. If the rank 3 pills quality was good, it would be enough to upgrade the giant lizard to rank 3, rank 1. Wait. Little brother, don't be so stubborn. If there's a problem with your magical beast and you can't participate in the competition tomorrow, even if the Beast King Pavilion compensates you, you'll lose more than you gain. Xueji didn't want to let Yi Hao off so easily. He took out a rank 3 pill from his pocket and said, I've already given that brother a rank 3 pill. Here's another one. Since they're both rank 3 pills, why don't you use my safe one? This. Hearing Xueji mention the competition tomorrow, that person actually started to hesitate. What Xueji said made sense. The most important thing was to participate in the competition tomorrow and enter the Wansho sect. If there was a problem with Yi Hao's pill and his magical beast couldn't participate in the competition tomorrow, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Chapter 209. He looked at Yi Hao and noticed that Yi Hao was looking at him quietly with a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was very confident in his pills. In his eyes, Xueji was just a clown. He made up his mind and cupped his fist at Xueji. Haha, that's the right thing to do. Seeing the young man cupping his fist at him, Xueji thought that the young man was on his side. His smile became even brighter. I think Master Xue has misunderstood. Thank you for your kindness. I believe in young Master Xia Hao, the young man said to Xueji awkwardly. The smile on Xueji's face froze. He snorted coldly, you don't know what's good for you. You did well. Thank you for believing in me. This pill is also yours. Yi Hao tossed the pill that someone had just returned to the young man. The young man quickly caught it and thanked him. He then fed one of the pills to his giant lizard. When the giant lizard smelled the scent of the pill, it was extremely excited. It swallowed the pill in one gulp. Everyone turned their attention to the giant lizard. Squeak. The giant lizard cried out as its aura burst out. Boom. The giant lizard's aura shook, and its aura instantly became thicker. Yes, there is no problem with the quality of this pill. Seeing the giant lizard leveling up, everyone was overjoyed. The young man's face was filled with excitement. Squeak. Under normal circumstances, after a magical beast leveled up, it would become obedient. But the giant lizard was still squeaking on the spot. Ha ha ha, I told you that there is something wrong with this pill. I told you and you didn't listen. Now you regret it. Xueji was very unhappy that the giant lizard had leveled up. But when he saw the giant lizard acting strangely, he immediately began to mock it. When the young man heard the giant lizard squeaking, he panicked. But when he communicated with the giant lizard through the medium jade tablet, the young man was overjoyed and looked at Xueji with disdain. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? How can he laugh when something is wrong with his magical beast? I think he is regretting not listening to you. Now that he has been provoked, he can't take it. Xueji and his subordinates discussed loudly without restraint. As long as the Beast King Pavilion's elixirs couldn't be sold, they would be able to achieve their goal. They didn't expect the Beast King Pavilion's elixirs to actually have a problem. Master Xia, I really didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. For the sake of profiteering and participating in the competition, you actually resorted to such despicable means. Xueji pointed at Yi Hao and questioned him loudly. Those who were still holding Yi Hao's pills looked at the pills in their hands, not knowing what to do. If you don't know anything, then shut up, Yi Hao said coldly as his gaze turned cold. Boom. My cultivation level has increased. I actually broke through another level. Just as Xueji was about to refute Yi Hao, the aura of the giant lizard grew even stronger. A sharp-eyed person shouted excitedly. How is this possible? How is it possible to break through twice? Xueji shook his head in disbelief. However, The aura of the giant lizard was unmistakable. The giant lizard was at the peak of the second rank at the beginning. Now that it had eaten a pill, its cultivation level had increased to the second rank of the third rank. That's because the Beast King Pavilion's elixirs are better. It's not something your Beast Demon Lodge's elixirs can compare to. The young man was in a very good mood. He had finally made the right bet. He still had a third-rank elixir in his hand. If nothing went wrong, the giant lizard could break through again. He had instantly become a loyal admirer of the Beast King Pavilion. Seeing that Xueji still wanted to stand out and cause trouble, the young man couldn't help but mock him. It's just that your elixir was only an accident. Humph, I think this is just an accident. Perhaps only your medicinal pill is good. You are someone that Xia Hao deliberately found. The magical beast had already taken the medicinal pill in advance. What kind of method did you use to make the magical beast break through twice in a row? Xueji's mind was working quickly, and he suddenly asked. You're slandering me. I don't even know Master Xia. The young man didn't expect Xueji to use such a shameless method to slander Yi Hao. If you say you don't know him, then you don't know him. Do you have any proof? That's right. I think Master Xue is right. You must have colluded and fed the demonic beast the elixir in advance to deceive everyone into buying your elixir. Xueji's subordinates all stood out to support Xueji's words. They were originally from the Beast Demon Lodge. Naturally, they didn't want to see the Beast King Pavilion's elixir being better than the Beast Demon Lodge's. Otherwise, how could the Beast Demon Lodge sell their elixirs? Everyone, please believe me. I really don't know Master Xia. Seeing so many people starting to buy Yi Hao, the young man couldn't help but anxiously explain. Originally, when the young man's giant lizard broke through 2 ranks, everyone knew that the Beast King Pavilion's elixir was better than the Beast Demon Lodge's. That was because the Beast Demon Lodge's elixir could only allow the demonic beast to break through by 1 rank. Immediately, many people were prepared to take out their money to buy the elixir. But when they heard Xueji's words, many people became suspicious. Because what Xueji said wasn't impossible. When a demonic beast consumed a breakthrough elixir, and then consumed a special elixir to restrain it, it was possible for the demonic beast to break through consecutively in an instant. Xueji is right. I believe that many people have used this method before. Suddenly, an old voice was heard. Everyone hurriedly opened up a path. The master of the Beast Demon Lodge. Why is he here? This Beast King Pavilion is also a demonic beast elixir pharmacy. If the Beast King Pavilion survives, it will be a powerful opponent of the Beast Demon Lodge. Can he make the decision? The person who came was the master of the Beast Demon Lodge. In fact, he had been in the crowd for a long time. But what surprised him was that the Beast King Pavilion was opened by Yi Hao. He recalled Yi Hao's words yesterday and told him not to regret it. He snorted and didn't care at all. If he knew that Yi Hao would open a demonic beast elixir pharmacy, he would have sold the elixir to Yi Hao. Then, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble. Fortunately, Xueji was very smart. He fooled the crowd so that they didn't dare to buy the Beast King Pavilion's elixir. The reason why he stood out was that he was afraid that Xueji's words wouldn't be convincing enough. But his words were different. Hearing the master of the Beast Demon Lodge's words, many people nodded. The reason why the demonic beast consumed the special elixir was to allow the demonic beast to break through several levels in an instant. This way, the enemy would be caught off guard. Master Yang, are you saying that the Beast King Pavilion played such a trick? Many people still believed in the master of the Beast Demon Lodge. After all, he was a rank 4 alchemist and had experience. I don't know about that. After all, this old man didn't see it. But there's no lack of people who would do that. The master of the Beast Demon Lodge stroked his white beard and said with a smile, giving an ambiguous answer. Chapter 210. Gongzi Xia, we admire your beast appraising skills. Why don't you tell us the truth about your pills? Don't waste our time here. That's right, young Master Xia. Please give us an answer. Many of the more impatient ones immediately questioned Yi Hao. I think everyone is thinking too much. Even if this person is my man, these people aren't. Yi Hao smiled when he saw that someone was questioning him. He pointed at the remaining 30 to 40 people who were still holding onto his pills. The group of people who were holding the pills saw that everyone's gazes were on them. Many of them smiled bitterly. Young Master Xia, you must be joking. We don't dare to use your pills because we're afraid that they might be problematic, like what Master Xue said. That's why we don't dare to give them to our demonic beasts. I know him. His name is Zhong Ergu. He's right. We've been together every day for the past 2 days. He can't be young Master Xia's man. I know him. He's my servant. He can't be young Master Xia's man. He's not either. One by one, the onlookers stood out and pointed out. Yi Hao had a faint smile on his face as he gestured for everyone to be quiet. Since you don't think they're my men, then you won't be suspicious anymore if they let their demonic beasts consume my pills. Of course. How can we not trust someone we know? As long as their demonic beasts consume the pills, let alone 2 consecutive breakthroughs, even if they can break through once, I'll buy young Master Xia's pills without hesitation. Me too. Alright, please let your demonic beasts consume the pills. After that, I'll give you another one. I, Xia Hao, will never take back what I've given you. Having said that, Yi Hao took the pills that those people had returned and said, Everyone, since young Master Xia is so generous, let's let our demonic beasts consume it. A plump middle-aged man cupped his hands and said to the crowd. All right. Everyone stood up and agreed. The onlookers quickly opened up a space for everyone to let their demonic beasts out. Roar tilde squeak tilde hiss tilde, all sorts of demonic beasts cried out as they happily consumed the pills in their master's hands. Not long after, some magical beasts began to break through. This magical beast has broken through. That's nothing. I only broke through twice in a row. Don't make a fuss. I've already seen a dozen magical beasts break through twice. Young Master Xia, I want to buy tier 3 medicinal pills. Give me 10 of them. Young Master Xia, I want level 1 to level 3 pills. I'll take 10 of each. Seeing so many magical beasts break through, almost all of them had 2 breakthroughs in a row, with only a few breaking through once, the onlookers became excited. These people had already proven that they weren't Yi Hao's men, so what did that mean? It only meant that the quality of the Beast King Pavilion's pills was better than the Beast Monster Lodge's. Seeing that some people had already taken out banknotes, more people began to react. One by one, they shouted loudly, afraid that they would not be able to snatch the medicinal pills. Grandmaster Xue, don't tell me you still want to say that these people are all young Master Xia's men. The giant lizard youth had been wronged by Xue Ji in the beginning. Now, he could finally vent his anger. Who knows if they are or not? Xue Ji was still stubborn, but the crowd simply ignored him. Everything was seen with their own eyes. They had all seen the power of the Beast King Pavilion's pills with their own eyes. No matter what Xue Ji said now, they didn't care. Everyone, don't be anxious. The Beast Monster Lodge has always said that there's something wrong with my Beast King Pavilion's pills. Now, my Beast King Pavilion has proven it. Everyone has seen the effects of my Beast King Pavilion's pills. Since the Beast Monster Lodge's pills are so expensive, everyone must want to see the effects of the Beast Monster Lodge's pills. Yi Hao looked at the crowd who wanted to fight for the pills. He didn't want it to end like this. Xue Ji had been nagging for a long time. He couldn't just let him go like this. He had to collect some interest. My Beast Monster Lodge's pills are authentic. Is there a need to verify it? Xue Ji felt guilty. The Beast Monster Lodge's pills were indeed good, but compared to the Beast King Pavilion's pills, there was still a difference. After all, the Beast King Pavilion's pills could allow most of the demonic beasts to break through twice with one pill, but the Beast Monster Lodge could only allow the demonic beasts to break through once. Don't tell me you don't dare. Weren't you shouting happily just now? Yi Hao looked at Xue Ji with a sneer. Yeah, didn't you give out so many pills just now? Let them see the effects of the pills. Hey, kid, didn't you take Xue Ji's pills just now? Why don't you give it a try? Many people didn't mind the commotion and joined Yi Hao in shouting. Yi Miaolian, who was standing beside the giant elephant, finally let out a sigh of relief. Her hanging heart was also relieved. The corner of her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Yi Hao, who was sitting on the giant elephant. In the beginning, Xueji deliberately said that there was a problem with the Beast King Pavilion's pills, which made her anxious. She kept wanting to defend herself, but she didn't know how to do so. On the other hand, Yi Hao was calm and unhurried. It was as if he had been watching Xueji's performance the whole time before giving him a fatal blow. Now that she thought about it, Xueji was like a monkey that was being toyed with by Yi Hao. After Xueji's commotion, it proved the strength of the Beast King Pavilion's pills, and everyone was convinced. They thought that it would end like this, but who knew that Yi Hao didn't want to let the Beast Monster Lodge go? He directly questioned the Beast Monster Lodge's pills in front of everyone. This made the Beast Monster Lodge instantly didn't know what to do. They originally wanted to undermine Yi Hao, but now that Yi Hao had turned the tables on them, they had no choice but to accept it. Yi Miaolian began to admire Yi Hao from the bottom of her heart. All of this seemed to have been planned by Yi Hao, and this Xueji seemed to have been found by Yi Hao to perform. Yi Miaolian looked at Yi Hao with eyes full of admiration. This is the man that I, Yi Miaolian, should be looking for. Alright, I'm willing to try the Beast Monster Lodge's pills. The skinny young man at the beginning couldn't withstand the pressure from the crowd and released his magical beast. The skinny young man fed the pills that Xueji gave him to his magical beast, and then, there was no more. What's going on, Master Xue? The skinny young man waited for a long time and asked Xueji in confusion. Don't be anxious, the effects of the pill might not be here yet. Xueji saw that his magical beast didn't break through, and he was a little flustered. He looked at the Beast Monster Lodge's master with a guilty conscience. What the hell is going on? The old man asked coldly with an ugly expression. Now that the Beast King Pavilion had proven the strength of their pills, if his Beast Monster Lodge's pills couldn't even let his magical beast break through a level at this juncture, then his Beast Monster Lodge would really be finished. However, the old man clearly knew that even if the Beast Monster Lodge's pills couldn't be compared to the Beast King Pavilion's pills, they weren't far off. They couldn't break through twice, but breaking through once wouldn't be a problem. But it definitely wouldn't be like this, where the magical beast didn't have any reaction after eating it. Chapter 211. Father-in-law, I really don't know. These are the pills you gave me, Xueji said bitterly. He thought it was a problem with the Beast Demon Lodge's pills. Hurry up and take a look at your pills. Don't be fooled by some people who are pretending to be a thief. Just as the crowd was puzzled, a voice came from the crowd. The people who took Xueji's pills quickly released their magic beasts and fed them Xueji's pills. However, it was like a stone ox entering the sea, there was no movement at all. Xueji, you liar. You used these fake pills to trick us. That's right. It's obvious that your pills aren't good enough. How dare you accuse the Beast King Pavilion? I think we shouldn't go to the Beast Demon Lodge to buy pills. They're so expensive. You'll end up buying a bunch of fakes. Xueji, what the hell are you doing? The Beast Demon Lodge master was burning with anger. Even if the first pill was an accident, it was impossible for so many pills to be accidents. He knew his Beast Demon Lodge's pills very well. The Beast Demon Lodge master frowned and ordered Xueji coldly, let me see the rest of the pills. Xueji also knew that something was wrong. He quickly handed the rest of the pills to the Beast Demon Lodge master. The Beast Demon Lodge master poured out a few pills and looked at them carefully. He was puzzled. There's no problem. These are indeed my Beast Demon Lodge's pills. How can this be? Father-in-law, how is it? Xueji wiped the cold sweat off his head and asked carefully, afraid that he had taken the wrong pills. There's no problem with these pills. Are you sure you gave them these pills? The Beast Demon Lodge master asked in a deep voice. Absolutely. How would I dare lie to father-in-law? Xueji quickly said. All right, everyone. How's the effect of the Beast Demon Lodge's pills compared to my Beast King Pavilion's pills? I believe everyone has an idea. My Beast King Pavilion's pills are still on discount, but the quantity is limited. Everyone is welcome to buy. Yi Hao looked at Xueji and Xueji's puzzled faces. The two of them were whispering to each other. He knew that something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, no matter how lousy the Beast Demon Lodge's pills were, it would have been impossible for them to be completely ineffective. Otherwise, the Beast Demon Lodge would not have been able to operate for so long unless they had a death wish. Young Master Xia is really a good person, unlike some people who sell fake pills and even increase the price by so many times. I want to buy more pills. Me too. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, everyone started to crowd around him. Some of them were even about to start a fight. Everyone, let's do it this way. We'll refine pills on the spot and sell them on the spot. Please line up in front of the pill furnace of the corresponding grade. Of course, there are also ready-made pills. Please line up in the shop to buy them. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, everyone instantly ran to the front of the pill furnaces and started lining up. Some stood at the entrance of the shop and wanted to buy ready-made pills, so they directly formed a long line at the entrance. Beast Monster Lodge, you liars. Give me back my pills and my discount. Seeing everyone consciously line up, those with Xueji's pills stood in their spots, unsure of what to do. As for the person with the Tier 3 pills, he immediately shouted angrily. His shout immediately stirred up the emotions of those who took Xueji's pills. All of them began to curse loudly. Father-in-law, what do we do? The more they heard, the harsher the curses became. If not for the Beast Demon Lodge's status, some of them would have directly attacked. This is your fault. Settle it yourself. The Beast Demon Lodge Lord did not know what the problem was. With a flick of his sleeves, he led a group of guards and left dejectedly. Xueji's expression turned bitter as he cursed inwardly, you old fart. I'm doing this for your sake. At this critical moment, you still want to ignore me. Xueji hurriedly wanted to chase after the old man, but how could those who took Xueji's pills agree? Brothers, this dog is trying to run. Beat him up. Someone shouted. Dozens of people instantly rushed forward and began punching and kicking Xueji. Seeing Xueji being beaten up, Yi Hao felt vindicated in his heart. Seeing the store's entrance filled with people, he was thankful that he had the foresight to exchange for dozens of low-level warriors in advance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cope. Boss, what do you think of my job? Just as Yi Hao put away the white dragon giant elephant and was about to return to the store, Yi Qing suddenly appeared beside him and spoke with a sinister smile. Yi Hao looked at Yi Qing strangely and smiled helplessly. I knew it. The pills of the Beast Demon Lodge can't be like that. So it was you who did it. Hee hee. Yi Qing chuckled and looked disdainfully at Xueji who was being beaten up. Who asked that brat to be so arrogant and dare to find trouble with you, boss? This is just a small lesson for him. This must be sister-in-law. Yi Qing looked at Yi Miaolian and greeted her with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Yi Qing. I'm boss's underling. If there's anything, just let me know. Yi Qing's sister-in-law made Yi Miaolian blush. She nodded embarrassedly. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at Yi Qing, stroked Yi Miaolian's hair, and said gently, don't worry about him. Go and do your own thing. Boss, what is your identity? Where did you find these alchemists? Yi Qing looked at the sea of people outside. There were more than 40 alchemists who were busy refining pills. Everyone's movements were so skillful. It wasn't that his family couldn't take out so many alchemists, but it was absolutely impossible for him to be as domineering as Yi Hao who brought so many alchemists with him. One must know that alchemists were important resources in the family. They could make great contributions to the family. Generally, they would stay in the family. How could they run around casually? Since Yi Hao could bring out so many alchemists, it meant that Yi Hao's family didn't lack alchemists at all. Yi Qing guessed at the side. Yi Hao became more and more mysterious in his heart. Where did these alchemists come from? Do you want to know? Yi Hao looked at Yi Qing's curious face and asked in a mysterious tone. Yi Qing's face was full of surprise. He nodded quickly. In your dreams. Seeing Yi Qing's ear come closer, Yi Hao pinched it fiercely. He spat out these two words and turned to enter the alchemy room. Because he still needed to refine rank 4 pills. Because only by upgrading the white dragon giant elephant to rank 4, then in the competition tomorrow, he would have the confidence to win. Yi Ching quickly covered his ear and took a breath of cold air. No matter what your identity is, I will follow you, my boss. Chapter 212. Xueji walked back to the Beast Demon Lodge with great difficulty. Looking at the glorious Beast Demon Lodge, it was still packed with people. From the looks of it, the Beast King Pavilion's voice had not affected the Beast Demon Lodge's voice. When Xueji recalled how the Beast Demon Housemaster had abandoned him, he was filled with anger. However, he had no choice but to lower his head since he needed the Beast Demon Lodge's help. Xueji sighed and forced a smile as he limped towards the Beast Demon Lodge. Young master, you are back. The Lodge Lord wants you to look for him upstairs. A guard saw Xueji's embarrassing state from afar and held back his laughter as he ran over to help him up. Get lost. Xueji shot a glance at the guard. He had been fawning over him all the time, but at the critical moment, he ran off with the Beast Demon Lodge Lord. Now, he was mocking him. Xueji's anger spewed out as he slapped the guard in the face. The guard dared not say a word and quickly lowered his head. Father-in-law, I'm back. Xueji hid all the dissatisfaction in his heart and stood behind the housemaster of the Beast Demon House with a respectful smile. Are you blaming me for abandoning you? Are you cursing me in your heart? The Beast Demon Lodge Lord did not turn back as he instantly voiced Xueji's thoughts. Xueji's expression was extremely awkward as he laughed dryly. Father-in-law, why would I blame you? Whatever you do is right. Ha ha. The Beast Demon Lodge Lord laughed and turned around to pat Xueji on the shoulder. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Today's matter is not your fault, nor is it my fault. It's all that dog Xia Hao's fault. Do you know why I left you behind alone? The Beast Demon Lodge Lord naturally knew of Xueji's displeasure, so he had to enlighten Xueji so that Xueji would work harder for him. Little Shu doesn't know. No matter how Xueji tried to hide it, the resentment in his voice was more or less audible. You have to know that our greatest asset is the Beast Demon Lodge. But what happened just now made the pills of our Beast Demon Lodge ineffective. Someone has to take responsibility. If that person is me, then the entire Beast Demon Lodge is finished. Therefore, only you can bear the responsibility. I wonder if those lowly guards can bear the responsibility. Little Shu understands. Xueji felt that the Beast Demon Lodge Lord's words made sense. After all, the Beast Demon Lodge Lord had stepped forward to speak. No matter how he denied it, it would implicate the blame. If that happened, the Beast Demon Lodge's pills would not be able to sell. Therefore, the housemaster of the Beast Demon House did not say a word. He turned around and left, leaving him behind. This way, all the blame would be placed on his head. When the time came, the Beast Monster Lodge would be able to release the news that Xueji had mixed up the pills, but they would definitely not be able to justify themselves. Those people who took Xueji's pills were already enraged. No matter how they explained, absolutely no one would listen. Regardless, he had little Xue's, Lodge Lords, his's. Now that something had happened, it was all his fault. No matter what the Beast Demon Housemaster said, Xueji still felt extremely wronged. When the Beast Demon House Lord saw Xueji lowering his head in thought, he knew that the grievances in Xueji's heart had been greatly reduced. A glint flashed in his eyes as he picked up 2 pill bottles from the table and handed them to Xueji. Xueji took the pill bottle in confusion. He opened it and looked at the pill inside. He asked in disbelief, Father-in-law, that's right. One of the bottles contains Class 4 magical beast pills. There are over 20 pills in total, enough for your 2 magical beasts to reach the peak of Class 4. The housemaster of the Beast Demon House stroked his beard and kindly explained. Then what is this bottle? Xueji happily closed the pill bottle and put it into his bosom. He quickly opened the other pill bottle and saw that there were only 2 pills inside. His intuition told him that the pills inside were even more precious. This is the only time in a long time that I've succeeded with 2 5th-grade pills. Together with those 4th-grade pills, it's enough to raise your magical beast to 5th grade, the housemaster of the Beast Demon House said proudly. Father-in-law, you broke through to the 5th rank alchemist. Shueji asked in disbelief. The housemaster of the Beast Demon House shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that easy. I haven't even touched the threshold of a 5th grade alchemist. These pills were made by combining some powerful spiritual herbs and luck. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few of them. Don't let me down. The housemaster of the Beast Demon House patted Shueji's shoulder and exhorted. Don't worry, father-in-law. With so many pills in hand, Shueji's resentment instantly dissipated. If he knew from the start that the housemaster of the Beast Demon House would give him such a huge benefit, he would be willing to gang up on his own people 8 to 10 times, let alone once. The housemaster of the Beast Demon House gave him so many pills, enough for him to have 2 5th-grade magical beasts. He was more confident about tomorrow's competition. What I want you to do is to crush Xia Hao's magical beasts and everyone's magical beasts tomorrow. Only then will we be able to prove the strength of our Beast Demon House's pills. The housemaster of the Beast Demon House took out his only 2 5th-grade pills because he had a plan in mind. He could only nurture Shueji's magical beasts into the strongest magical beasts so that Shueji's magical beasts could crush everyone's magical beasts. Only then would he be able to prove the effectiveness of his Beast Demon House's pills. As long as Shueji's magical beasts could crush Yi Hao's magical beasts, it would directly prove that his Beast Demon House's pills were stronger than those of the Beast King Pavilion. Father-in-law, I will definitely take first place in the competition tomorrow. Shueji's heart was filled with confidence. Who's making a ruckus downstairs? Just as the housemaster of the Beast Demon House was about to say a few words of encouragement to Shueji, he suddenly heard a commotion downstairs. The guard wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, reporting to the housemaster, someone is saying that our Beast Demon House's pills are fake and wants a refund. The housemaster of the Beast Demon House snorted in dissatisfaction and ordered the guard, do you think they can return the pills they bought as they please? Chase them out. Yes. The guard received the order and hurriedly ran downstairs. The guard stood at the top of the stairs and shouted with his head held high, in accordance with the housemaster's wishes, the pills sold will not be refunded. Chase these people out. Everyone, did you see that? The Beast Demon House is selling fake pills and doesn't even allow a refund. I advise everyone to buy from the Beast King Pavilion. That's right. The Beast King Pavilion's pills are powerful and even cheaper than the Beast Demon House's. Many people heard the commotion and put the money they had already taken out back into their pockets. Hurry up and give us a refund. If you don't, we'll smash the store. Chapter 213. That's right. Why can't I return it? Are you guys hiding something? I'm the prince of the nymphomaniac country. Hurry up and return my money. Otherwise, I'll tear down your beast demon temple. Seeing so many pills, everyone who bought the pills, although they didn't know if the pills were real or fake, still clamored for a refund. Among these people, there were also people with backgrounds. They weren't afraid of the beast demon sect at all and directly threatened them. The guard couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't expect his words to cause more people to riot. He couldn't help but shout in panic, "You guys stop them. I'll go find the temple master." The guard hurriedly ran to the master of the Beast Demon House and said while panting, "Master, if these people are only from the Beast King City, then everything will be easy to handle. I can take care of them. But there are some people from great powers that we can't afford to offend. Get them back." The temple master sat on the chair and said angrily, "Father-in-law, don't be angry. The Beast King Pavilion won't be happy for long." Seeing the temple master's gloomy face, Shueji tried to persuade him. "You can leave. If you don't get first place, I'll kill you." The temple master waved his hand and warned Shueji. "Yes." Shueji panicked and quickly left. Seeing Shueji leave, the housemaster of the Beast Demon House closed his eyes and went into deep thought. His eyes were filled with resentment as he said, "What a great I won't regret it. No one has ever made me suffer such a huge loss. I will not let this matter rest so easily." Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for refining a level 4 pill. Experience points increased by 20. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for refining a level 4 pill. Experience points increased by 20. It's about time for the pills. After refining dozens of level 4 pills, Yi Hao could finally rest for a while. It was already dark outside, but it was still very dark outside. It seemed like the Beast King Pavilion was destined to have a sleepless night today. There wasn't enough space in his alchemy room to summon the giant elephant. Therefore, Yi Hao appeared in the dragon prison lake with a thought. Little ball, make some space for me. Yi Hao looked at Whitebeard's weapon spirit and said with a smile. When the equipment spirit heard Yi Hao's words, it waved its sleeves and an empty space appeared in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao immediately took out a purple-red jade tablet and released the white dragon giant elephant. When the white dragon giant elephant saw Yi Hao, it happily snorted. The two experts in the dragon prison lake raised their heads and looked over. Yi Hao signaled that everything was fine, and the two experts continued to lower their heads and cultivate. The giant dragon also woke up from its deep sleep. It lazily lifted its eyelids and glanced over. Then, it turned over and continued to sleep. Come on, little white. Yi Hao took out a tier 3 medicinal pill and tossed it to the giant elephant. The giant elephant immediately shook its long trunk and sucked the medicinal pill into its mouth. After waiting for a long time, the white dragon giant elephant's aura only strengthened a little. However, there were no signs of a breakthrough. The white dragon giant elephant looked at Yi Hao eagerly. It can't be. If it wasn't for the fact that his medicinal pills were personally refined and stored in the space, Yi Hao would have suspected that Yi Qing had swapped his medicinal pills. My lord, this giant elephant is a mutated magical beast. It even has a trace of dragon blood in its body. Naturally, it can't be compared to ordinary magical beasts. The more medicinal pills it can eat, the better. The equipment spirit looked at Yi Hao's puzzled face and explained with a smile. Alright, I was worried that if I gave it too many medicinal pills at once, it would explode and die. Yi Hao said helplessly. Who asked him to meet another foodie? Other magical beasts could basically break through twice after eating one of his medicinal pills. This white dragon giant elephant was different. After eating one medicinal pill, its strength only increased a little. Yi Hao continued to toss medicinal pills to the giant elephant 2 more times. The giant elephant's aura suddenly shook and it finally broke through 1 rank. However, the giant elephant's body didn't change much. Only the scales on its 4 limbs increased a little. Eat, you foodie. Yi Hao originally thought that 10 tier 3 medicinal pills would be enough for the white dragon giant elephant to reach the peak of tier 3. Now, it seems that he was thinking too much. However, the smile on Yi Hao's face exposed Yi Hao's inner thoughts. In his opinion, the more medicinal pills the white dragon giant elephant ate, the better it would be. It would be best if it could empty the Beast King Pavilion. If other magical beasts wanted to break through from the beginner tier 3 to the peak of tier 3, they would need at most a dozen medicinal pills to break through. However, the white dragon giant elephant ate more than 40 medicinal pills from Yi Hao. Luckily, he was able to refine medicinal pills. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to raise this monster. Alright, don't eat these tier 3 medicinal pills. It's useless even if you eat them. Yi Hao put away the tier 3 medicinal pills in front of the white dragon giant elephant's eager eyes. Then, he took out the tier 4 medicinal pills that he just refined. The white dragon giant elephant stretched out its long trunk and sniffed. It immediately let out a cheerful cry. Eat, eat until you die. Yi Hao jokingly scolded and gave all the medicinal pills to the white dragon giant elephant. He believed that the white dragon giant elephant had the strength to do so. Moreover, Yi Hao discovered that the white dragon giant elephant was a mutated magical beast after all. Its intelligence was higher than other magical beasts. Forget it, I'll refine 2 more batches of medicinal pills. Yi Hao looked at the medicinal pills in front of the white dragon giant elephant and hurriedly teleported out. Yi Hao returned to the dragon prison lake and saw that the medicinal pills in front of the white dragon giant elephant had already been eaten. The strength of the white dragon giant elephant had also risen to tier 4, rank 7. Its body was also 3 times bigger than before. When the white dragon giant elephant saw Yi Hao coming out, it immediately ran towards Yi Hao happily. Yi Hao immediately rushed over, causing the ground to shake. Yi Hao now felt that he wasn't a match for the white dragon giant elephant. One had to know that he was an existence that could instantly kill an 8th level martial king, yet he wasn't a match for the white dragon giant elephant. Yi Hao's face lit up with joy. He threw the medicinal pills in his hand to the giant elephant. Eat, foodie. If you can't get first place for me tomorrow, I'll directly roast you. The white dragon giant elephant clearly understood Yi Hao's meaning. Its eyes couldn't help but reveal a pitiful expression. Stop acting cute. Yi Hao slapped the white dragon giant elephant's head. The giant elephant quickly swallowed the medicinal pills that Yi Hao gave it into its stomach. In the end, there were still some medicinal pills left. Of course, it wasn't that the white dragon giant elephant couldn't eat anymore, but because it had already risen to the peak of tier 4. Even if it ate more medicinal pills, it wouldn't have any effect. Yi Hao sized up the white dragon giant elephant and muttered, "This isn't enough. I can't refine tier 5 medicinal pills. What should I do?" What Yi Hao needed to do was to ensure that the white dragon giant elephant won first place in the competition tomorrow. It wasn't as simple as 500,000 experience points. There was also the matter of investigating Xie Chunyu's father. That was 10 million experience points. Yi Hao believed that with 10 million experience points, even if he didn't break through to the martial venerable realm, it would be close. Most importantly, there were 3 million resurrection points. That could be exchanged for 3 martial venerable experts. That would be a great help to him. Chapter 214. Yi Hao was secretly glad that he came out. Otherwise, staying in the Fire Dragon Empire would undoubtedly limit his development. Now, as long as he completed a mission, he would be able to obtain 10 million experience points and 3 million soul points. But Yi Hao also knew that since the system could give out so many rewards, the Thousand Beasts sect was undoubtedly a tiger's den. "What's wrong, Master? Are you not satisfied with this little elephant's cultivation?" The artifact spirit had appeared beside Yi Hao at an unknown time and suddenly asked. "Little ball, can you not be so surprised? Do you have a way?" Yi Hao's eyes shone. Could it be that this old thing was still hiding some treasure? The weapon spirit of the dragon prison lake was scared by Yi Hao's stare. "Don't look at me, I have given you everything I have. However, there is a trace of dragon blood in this little elephant's body. You have to make that big bug bleed a bit." The giant dragon was in a deep sleep. Suddenly, it shuddered and stood up. Its huge dragon eyes stared at the weapon spirit. "You old thing, did you say bad things about me to Master?" "I didn't. Master wants to borrow something from you." The weapon spirit hurriedly waved his hand and denied. He looked like he would never admit it. "I was wondering what it was. Master wants to borrow something from me. I'll just give it to him directly. But I don't have anything." The giant dragon was very generous at the beginning. But when he saw the weapon spirit's treacherous smile, he knew that it was not a good thing. "Nothing much. Master wants to borrow some blood from you to feed this little elephant." The weapon spirit felt that the giant dragon wanted to escape and immediately locked down the space. Yi Hao gave him a look of approval. "No way. I just recovered from my injuries. Master, you can't do this to me." When the giant dragon heard that Yi Hao wanted his blood, his expression immediately drooped. At the same time, he glanced at the white dragon elephant. The white dragon elephant felt the dragon's aura and was instantly suppressed to the ground. Strange. Why does this little elephant have dragon blood? The giant dragon suddenly carefully observed the aura of the white dragon giant elephant and muttered in confusion, "Could it be another perverted dragon? Why would it be such a lowly species?" Although dragons were very lustful, they also had the pride of the dragon race. If they wanted to mate with a high-level magic beast, they would only be able to mate with a low-level magic beast. If White Elephant did not have a fortuitous encounter, he would only be a low-level magic beast for the rest of his life. Therefore, it was also very curious about the white dragon elephant's dragon blood. No matter what, you're still my master's subordinate. I'll help you this once. After the dragon finished speaking, it spat out a drop of golden blood. I say, little dragon, aren't you being too stingy? Why did you only give us 1 drop of blood? You have such a big body, can't you contribute a little more? Yi Hao said unhappily as he reached out to take the dragon blood. Master, even if I wanted to give it to him, that little elephant would have to be able to take it first. You must know that this is the essence blood of this old dragon. If it were outside, it would be enough to make many powerful beings go crazy. The colossal dragon said with a long face. Foodie, here you go. Yi Hao handed the essence blood to the white dragon giant elephant. The white dragon giant elephant was envious, but its eyes revealed fear. At the same time, it kept looking at the giant dragon. What a good-for-nothing. Yi Hao slapped the white dragon giant elephant's head and stuffed the essence blood into the white dragon giant elephant's mouth at the same time. Master. Just as the weapon spirit was about to speak, Yi Hao had already made the white dragon giant elephant swallow the essence blood. The weapon spirit swallowed the words that were about to come out of its mouth. What's the matter? Yi Hao looked at the weapon spirit in confusion. The weapon spirit shook its head. The essence blood had just entered the white dragon giant elephant's mouth. Before it had time to be excited, there was a loud bang. The white dragon giant elephant fell to the ground, its body covered in a golden light. I still overestimated this little elephant. Fortunately, I sealed most of the power in that drop of essence blood. Otherwise, this little elephant would definitely explode and die. The colossal dragon said disdainfully, but it had been paying attention to the changes in the white dragon giant elephant's body. Little dragon, will little white wake up tomorrow? I still have a competition tomorrow. Hearing the colossal dragon's muttering, Yi Hao knew that the white dragon giant elephant's life was not in danger. He began to worry about tomorrow's competition. Master, I lost too much blood. I'm a little dizzy. Ayo, why am I so dizzy? The colossal dragon was sweating profusely when it heard Yi Hao's words. It did not know that the giant elephant had a competition tomorrow. Under normal circumstances, when this giant elephant would wake up completely depended on the giant elephant. It might fall into a deep sleep for 10 days to half a month, or it might wake up in 2 hours. This was not something it could decide. As the colossal dragon spoke, it pretended to faint. At the same time, it narrowed one of its eyes and secretly looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao was completely stunned. He turned around and looked at the weapon spirit. Little ball, this was your idea, Master. I didn't expect the big bug to be so generous. I thought it would only give a drop of ordinary dragon blood. That would be good enough. I just realized it and wanted to persuade you, but you had already given the essence blood to that little elephant. The weapon spirit wiped the cold sweat on its head and said innocently. Yi Hao recalled that the weapon spirit did call him. However, the colossal dragon and the weapon spirit's meaning was self-evident. They did not know when the white dragon giant elephant would wake up. My 500,000. Yi Hao shouted into the sky. He wanted to cry but had no tears. If the white dragon giant elephant did not wake up tomorrow, not only would he lose his 500,000 experience, but he would also participate in the competition. There was no way for him to participate in tomorrow's competition. If even the demonic beasts did not come out, what was the point of participating in the competition? Not being able to participate in the competition was secondary. He would only lose 500,000 experience. However, if the 1,000 Beasts sect was defeated, he would lose even more. Yi Hao looked at the white dragon giant elephant. Its body was still covered in a golden light. He said helplessly, forget it. Let's hope little white can wake up tomorrow. Wu Song, Li Kuei, how are the two of you doing here? Yi Hao's 2 trump cards were characters from the water margin. One was the black whirlwind Li Kuei, and the other was the tiger-slaying hero Wu Song, whom he had liked since he was young. Li Kuei was a middle-grade martial general. His strength was at the peak of the martial spirit realm. Wu Song was a high-grade martial general. His strength was the same as Guan Yu's. They were both at the peak of the martial venerable realm. These two people were undoubtedly his biggest trump cards. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Hao would not easily show them to others. This was also why Yi Hao was not afraid of the elders of the Thousand Beasts sect. If they really angered Yi Hao, he only needed to summon Wu Song and they would be killed in an instant. However, in order to successfully enter the Thousand Beasts sect, Yi Hao could not reveal his trump cards. After all, he still did not know the situation of the Thousand Beasts sect. However, Yi Hao estimated that the experts of the Thousand Beasts sect should at most be at the level of a martial honorable. However, whether there was an Emperor Wu or not, he still had to investigate carefully. If there really was an honorable, then he would have to be careful. Chapter 215. Li Kuei, your cultivation? Without waiting for the two to speak, Yi Hao felt that there was something wrong with Li Kuei's aura. Li Kuei chuckled and scratched his head embarrassedly, reporting to Lord, I have broken through to First Order Martial Honorable under Big Brother Wu's guidance. Haha, that's great. Yi Hao didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. Although there was only a small difference between a peak martial spirit and a First Order Martial Honorable, the difference in combat strength was huge. All right, continue with your cultivation. Yi Hao gave the two of them a few more words of encouragement before teleporting out of Dragon Prison Lake. Yi Hao saw that the sky outside was already bright. Yi Hao pushed open the door to the alchemy room and found that there were still people buying pills and all the alchemists were still busy. Xia Hao, you're out. Why didn't you go and raise your demonic beast's level? The competition is about to start. Yi Miaolian dragged her tired feet and walked to Yi Hao's side. She had a happy smile on her face and asked with concern. Because she didn't know that Yi Hao had the Dragon Prison Lake and Yi Hao's demonic beast was so huge that the small alchemy room couldn't fit it. So she thought that Yi Hao had been refining pills all this time. Until now, he hadn't let his demonic beast take any pills. If he still didn't take any pills, it would be too late when the competition started. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Yi Hao didn't want to expose the existence of the Dragon Prison Lake. Oh right, how's business today? Ayo, we've been busy since yesterday and no one has rested. These people have gone crazy in order to participate in the competition. Yi Miaolian said as her shoulders drooped. Then why are you so happy? Yi Hao smiled and pulled Yi Miaolian into his embrace, smelling the fragrance of Yi Miaolian's hair. I never thought that the Beast King Pavilion's business would be so good. How can I not be happy? I still feel like I'm dreaming. Yi Miaolian lay in Yi Hao's embrace and closed her eyes with a happy smile on her face. Don't worry, you'll be busy in the future. This is only the beginning. When the time comes, don't complain that you're tired. Yi Hao's target was definitely not this small Beast King city. As long as the Beast King Pavilion is strong, I'm willing to die of exhaustion. Yi Miaolian pouted, unconvinced. I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Do you want to come with me? Yi Hao yawned and said with a smirk. That won't do. There are so many things going on in the Beast King Pavilion right now. I'm worried. Go to sleep first. I'll wake you up when the game is about to start. Yi Miaolian said gently. All right then. Yi Hao felt a bit good as he kissed Yi Miaolian's forehead. Yi Miaolian instantly revealed a sweet smile. You really don't care about your magical beast. Seeing Yi Hao walking towards the pill concoction room, Yi Miaolian still asked worriedly. Let's talk about it when the competition starts. There's no rush. Yi Hao couldn't tell Yi Miaolian that his elephant was now in a deep sleep. Therefore, he could only give her a perfunctory answer. Right, go upstairs and study. Is there a bed in the pill concoction room? How am I supposed to sleep? Yi Miaolian said shyly. After all, no outsider had ever entered her room. That's my good beloved concubine. Yi Hao giggled as he walked upstairs. Beloved concubine? Could he be the emperor? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Yi Miaolian stared at Yi Hao's back as she mumbled in confusion. When the sun rose in the morning, the beast appraisal competition began once again. The crowd was still packed with people. Moreover, there were more than 3,000 people who had successfully advanced. More than 3,000 contestants were gathered in the arena. That damned Lil White, why isn't it awake yet? Yi Hao hurried to the arena. The white dragon elephant's body had already returned to its normal size. The golden light on its body had also disappeared, but it still hadn't woken up. All contestants, please release your magical beasts. At the same time, take out your jade tokens. Let our people check your magical beasts to see if they are the real ones. The people from the Thousand Beast sect had already expected some people to fake their beasts, so before the competition began, they had already prepared people to check them one by one. Hearing the host's words, all the contestants quickly released their magical beasts. However, most of them had their magical beasts hide their auras, preparing to catch their opponents off guard. Xueji released his 2 magical beasts proudly. One was a giant white python, while the other was a colorful leopard. Both magical beasts' auras had reached rank 5, rank 1. In order to wash away the humiliation he suffered yesterday, Xueji had his magical beasts reveal their auras without restraint. The 2 magical beasts' powerful auras instantly caused many magical beasts in the arena to become restless. Some growled softly while others prostrated themselves on the ground, causing their owners' expressions to darken. "Sir, I forfeit. Sir, I forfeit too." Some of them wanted to rely on their luck, but their magical beasts' levels were too low and they didn't have the money to buy pills. Now, their magical beasts were almost scared to death by Xueji's magical beasts. Even if they participated in the competition, they would only be sending their magical beasts to their deaths. Although they were complaining about Xueji, they could only reluctantly agree. On the contrary, Xueji was even more proud. He already felt that he had become the focus of the audience. After being intimidated by Xueji's magical beasts, hundreds of people immediately forfeited. However, there were still more than 2,000 contestants left. "That contestant, please release your magical beast." Elder Wn felt that he had lost face that day, so when he saw the contestants appear, he paid special attention to Yi Hao. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't release his magical beast, he immediately ordered someone to shout. Yi Hao rubbed his nose and had no choice but to release the giant elephant. The giant elephant should have reached the final stage of awakening, but it was still in a deep sleep. "Ha ha ha, what did I see? That white elephant is actually sleeping." Xueji saw that Yi Hao's white elephant was in a deep sleep and couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. "No way, what kind of white elephant is this? Other people's magical beasts, which one of them isn't full of energy? This white elephant is actually sleeping. Xia Hao, your mutated magical beast is really too strong." When Elder Wan saw this scene, he couldn't help but take the lead and laugh. Elder Li, who was beside him, also had a disdainful sneer on his face. "Xia Hao, what's going on?" City Lord Song couldn't help but walk to Yi Hao's side and ask anxiously. "It's in the midst of a breakthrough and hasn't awakened yet." Yi Hao answered truthfully. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. If it's sleeping, then it's sleeping. You actually said that it's in the midst of a breakthrough. Do you think we're fools?" Xueji laughed wantonly. After all, other people's magical beasts would immediately break through after eating the pills. Who would fall into a deep sleep? Chapter 216. Shut your mouth. City Lord Song snorted and looked at Xueji with dissatisfaction. Xueji was still fearful of City Lord Song. He pursed his lips and sneered at the side. City Lord Song pulled Yi Hao to an empty corner and asked anxiously, "Is there something wrong with your beast?" Obviously, City Lord Song didn't believe Yi Hao's words. He thought that Yi Hao said that the beast was in a deep sleep to save face. It's really not. Seeing the disbelief on City Lord Song's face, Yi Hao said helplessly, "Even if it is breaking through, the competition is about to start. What do you want to do?" City Lord Song continued to ask. "At most, I won't participate." Yi Hao was annoyed by the questions and said nonchalantly. City Lord Song wanted to say something, but when he saw the light in Yi Hao's eyes, he swallowed his words. "Okay, the competition starts. All contestants, please leave your beast behind and leave immediately. The competition starts now." The life and death of your beast are not lost. If you regret it now, you can withdraw. The host said. What? You want the beasts to fight? As soon as the host finished speaking, someone asked immediately. This contestant is right. The beasts of the remaining 10 contestants will be able to successfully advance to the next round. The host replied with a smile. Okay, all contestants, please leave the venue quickly. If you leave with your beast now, it will be urgent. The host continued to urge. Many people who were hesitating immediately kept their beasts and left the venue. Even more people were communicating with their beasts through the purple-red jade token and comforting them. Are you sure Little White is fine? Yi Hao communicated with the weapon spirit. Don't worry, Lord. Little Elephant's defense has already reached the middle of the 5th rank. These little fellows won't be able to hurt it. Moreover, Little Elephant has the aura of a big bug. Those little fellows won't dare to go near it. The weapon spirit's voice sounded in Yi Hao's mind. I'll believe you this time. Yi Hao could only listen to the artifact spirit. Yi Hao really couldn't bear to part with the 500,000 EXP. That was enough for him to level up twice. As for the white dragon elephant's life, that would depend on its own luck. Yi Hao left the white dragon elephant where it was and turned to leave. Idiot, Xueji looked at Yi Hao's back, then looked at the white dragon elephant that was still sleeping, and scolded him contemptuously. What is Xia Hao trying to do? If he leaves the demonic beast where it will be torn apart alive. Is there something wrong with his brain? Why isn't he giving up? Many people gave Yi Hao a puzzled look, and even more mocked him. All right, let the competition begin. Seeing that there was no one left in the arena, the host announced loudly. Wait a minute. Bai Qingshang's eyes never left the white dragon elephant. Seeing that the white dragon elephant had fallen into a deep sleep, Bai Qingshang suddenly stood up and interrupted. Elder Bai, what can I do for you? The host respectfully asked Bai Qingshang. Bai Qingshang ignored the host and flew to Yi Hao's side. Xia Hao, I know that you want to enter the 1000 Beast sect, but your demonic beast has fallen into a deep sleep for some unknown reason. If you leave it where it will definitely be a disaster. How about this? Bring your demonic beast out, and I will still guarantee your entry into the 1000 Beast sect. Moreover, I will give you 2 rank 5 demonic beasts. Yi Hao naturally didn't want to hide the fact that he had opened the Beast King Pavilion. Whether it was for the white dragon elephant or for Yi Hao himself, he wanted to help Yi Hao. Thank you, Elder Bai, but there is really no need. Yi Hao tactfully refused. All right then, good luck. Seeing that Yi Hao refused, Bai Qingshang wasn't angry and flew back to the arena with a smile. Yi Hao looked at Bai Qingshang enviously. Only after reaching the martial spirit realm could one begin to fly. This aroused Yi Hao's desire to level up. Let's begin. Bai Qingshang softly said to the host. The host quickly bowed in agreement and ordered his men to close the arena to prevent any demonic beasts from escaping. Roar. Roar. Not knowing what the guards had thrown into the arena, the demonic beasts were all agitated and their eyes began to turn red. In an instant, all the demonic beasts seemed to have heard the order and began to fight. The roars of the demonic beasts could be heard everywhere. It was as if the demonic beasts had lost their consciousness. There was only killing in their eyes. Any demonic beast that was injured and fell to the ground would be instantly dismembered by a group of demonic beasts and become food for the other demonic beasts. Great, this is too exciting. Bite it to death. Hurry up. The excitement in the hearts of the onlookers was also aroused by the fight between the demonic beasts. All of them were shouting excitedly. In the arena, Xueji's demonic beasts were the most popular. There was almost no one who could stand up to them. As long as the demonic beasts fell into their hands, they would be torn apart in an instant. Although many of the demonic beasts had lost their minds, they could still rely on their instincts to avoid danger. All of them stayed far away from Xueji's demonic beasts. For a moment, Xueji's demonic beasts were like the gods of war. Hey, what's going on? Suddenly, someone let out a surprised voice. Everyone followed his gaze and saw that Yi Hao's white dragon elephant was still sleeping peacefully on the ground. No demonic beasts dared to come close within 3 meters of it. That white elephant can't be dead, right? Someone guessed. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. If the white elephant was dead, it would have been torn apart. Can't you see that all the demonic beasts are staying far away from the white elephant? Damn you 2 idiots. Tear that white elephant apart for me. Seeing Yi Hao's white elephant sleeping peacefully, Xueji was very unhappy. He loudly ordered the 2 demonic beasts. However, there was a special fragrance in the arena that made all the demonic beasts lose their minds. Xueji's demonic beasts were of a higher level, so they still had a trace of consciousness. When the 2 demonic beasts heard Xueji's voice, the red light in their eyes dimmed. Their bodies paused for a moment, but the special fragrance quickly rushed into their noses. Then, their eyes were covered by the red light again, and they went to kill other demonic beasts. Chimph, consider yourself lucky. I'll let your white elephant live a little longer. Xueji glanced at Yi Hao and found that Yi Hao was dozing off. He couldn't help but angrily slap his chair. The battle between the demonic beasts was unusually fierce. Whoever fell off the peak would be torn apart in an instant. After a full hour, the arena had become a river of blood. There were demonic beasts' limbs and intestines everywhere. The strange fragrance in the arena had also dissipated. The remaining 10 or so demonic beasts didn't dare to continue fighting. They all focused their attention and vigilantly stared at each other. Chapter 217. Blue Bird, kill any magical beast you like. A black-robed man with a cloak on his head said in a hoarse voice. On the dueling ring, there was a 1-meter-long bird with blue feathers. Its body was covered in blood. Hearing the black-robed man's words, it suddenly attacked the magical beast beside him. Careful. The magical beast's owner saw Blue Bird attack his magical beast and couldn't help but shout anxiously. He was only 1 step away from entering the Myriad Beast sect. Blue Bird's movements were fierce and fast. Its hard beak instantly pierced through the magical beast's head, and a peak 3rd-rank magical beast core was in its mouth. Damned bird. Xueji sat cross-legged on a chair, a row of guards carefully waiting on him. He was about to get up and command his magical beast to kill Yi Hao's magical beast. Who would have thought that the black-robed man's magical beast would suddenly attack and ruin his plan? Xueji glared at the black-robed man with hatred. You better be careful. Xueji had 2 5th-rank magical beasts and was determined to get 1st place. He directly warned the black-robed man. I don't think we should be enemies, the black-robed man said in a hoarse voice. Pretending to be mysterious. Are you afraid of me? Xueji didn't care about the black-robed man's face and sneered. Idiot. The black-robed man muttered in a voice only he could hear. Congratulations to these magical beasts for successfully surviving. Congratulations to their master for becoming a disciple of our 1000-beast sect. The old man in charge walked up to the stage and announced with a smile on his face. The crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone, quiet down. The competition isn't over yet. Next, we'll fight for 1st place. Next, we'll fight one-on-one. The final winner will directly become an outer disciple of the Myriad Beast sect. Good. Contestants who've advanced, please come onto the stage and draw lots. The old man quickly announced the rules of the competition. He used his sword to write 10 numbers on the spot and threw the wooden tablet into a wooden box. Damn you. You still can't do it. Yi Hao went onto the stage at this moment. He was really training his face. He could acutely sense that there were many burning gazes on him. If it was like before, White Elephant could still sleep there and rely on its dragon aura to deter the other magical beasts from attacking. Was he still so lucky? Could it be that his White Elephant could advance to the finals by sleeping? Yi Hao had already cursed the White Dragon Elephant hundreds of times in his heart, but the White Dragon Elephant just lay there like a dead elephant. Yi Hao, just pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll make your sleeping elephant die a horrible death. Yi Hao quickly drew a wooden card. Xueji stood beside Yi Hao and threatened him with a smug smile. Yi Hao glanced at Xueji. You're number 1, and I'm number 7. Can you match me? Idiot. In Xueji's eyes, Yi Hao was doomed to lose this round, so he pretended to be regretful and said, I really regret not killing you, little elephant. Boss, I'm number 2. What's your number? If you're number 9, I'll admit defeat. Yi Qing drew her wooden card and walked to Yi Hao's side. I'm number 7. You should compete well. If you enter the WAN show sect as a servant disciple, do you think your sister will let you off? Yi Hao was very happy with Yi Qing's good intentions. Yi Qing couldn't help but shrink her neck and complain, Boss, do you have to be so disappointing? Why don't I want to compete? It wasn't easy for me to straighten myself out. Contestants number 1 and 10, please come on stage. After drawing lots, the old host stood up and said respectfully, these people were already disciples of the WAN show sect. Even if they were servant disciples, their status was higher than his. Xueji immediately let White Mang and the leopard out and sat on White Mang's head. White Mang quickly climbed onto the stage. Ha ha, black-clothed boy, so it's you. Xueji sat on White Mang's head and looked at contestant number 7. He couldn't help but sneer, who told you to ruin my plans? Your little bird can only die. Idiot. The black-clothed man looked at Xueji as if he was an idiot. However, his eyes swept across the remaining contestants and stopped on Yi Hao for a while. Sirs, I forfeit. Unexpectedly, the black-clothed man respectfully said to the old host, but his hoarse voice made people feel uncomfortable. Boy, at least you know what's good for you. The black-clothed man's words made Xueji very unhappy. He wanted to be in the limelight and let his magical beast slaughter everyone. Why was it so difficult? Good, congratulations to this contestant for successfully advancing. The host felt that it was normal for the black-clothed man to forfeit. After all, the black-clothed man's magical beast was only at the first rank of the 5th rank. Xueji indeed had 2 5th-rank first-rank magical beasts. As long as they didn't want their magical beasts to die, they would choose the black-clothed man. It seems that this Xueji will be first place today. Elder Wan narrowed his eyes and said, if there are no accidents, it should be him. Bai Qingshan glanced at Bai Xiong and nodded. Elder Li couldn't help but sneer, accidents? What accidents can there be? Contestants number 2 and 9, please come up. The host respectfully shouted. Boss, I'll go up first. Yi Qing released her giant scorpion and white feather tiger and said to Yi Hao with a smile. Yi Hao used appraisal and looked at Yi Qing's magical beasts. He found that the 2 magical beasts had actually reached the 5th rank. However, the strength they displayed was only at the 4th rank. Yi Hao nodded to Yi Qing. Yi Qing's opponents were also 2 magical beasts. One of them was at the peak of the 3rd rank, while the other was at the beginning of the 4th rank. It seemed that those who could enter the last round were not simple. Contestant number 9's magical beast was not bad, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of Yi Qing's 2 magical beasts. Contestant number 9 quickly admitted defeat. Boss, look at my magical beasts. They are not bad, right? Yi Qing walked to Yi Hao with a trace of flaunting. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at Yi Qing and said softly, 2 5th-rank magical beasts against 2 pieces of trash. You need so much time, do you think you are strong? Yi Qing rubbed her head, I can't hide anything from boss. Soon, the other 2 contestants went up on stage. Yi Qing worriedly asked, Boss, why are your magical beasts still sleeping? It's your turn next. Yi Hao looked at the sleeping white elephant and asked the artifact spirit, how much longer? It's almost my turn. At least an incense stick's worth of time. The artifact spirit looked at the white dragon giant elephant and said, an incense stick's worth of time. Yi Hao was speechless. Chapter 218. Let's welcome contestants number 4 and 7. The host paused for a moment when he mentioned contestant number 7, but he still announced it respectfully. Ha ha ha, Xia Hao, I think you should just admit defeat. We don't want to see your magical beast being eaten in its sleep in front of so many people. Shueji sat on top of the white mang's head and proudly said, Host, I admit defeat. As soon as Shueji finished speaking, a voice admitting defeat sounded in the arena. Okay, thank you contestant number 4 for advancing, the host said subconsciously. Host, it's me. I admit defeat, contestant number 4 said anxiously. What? Everyone was stunned. They looked at contestant number 4 in confusion. The battle with Yi Hao's magical beast was undoubtedly the easiest battle. Why would he admit defeat? In the eyes of the crowd, if anyone had to admit defeat, it should be Yi Hao who admitted defeat. Mr. Xia, thank you for your elixir and thank Miss Yi for giving me a discount. Take this as my repayment, contestant number 4 turned to Yi Hao and said with a smile. So it's you. Only then did Yi Hao remember that contestant number 4 was the contestant from yesterday, the one that he had given 2 tier 3 pills for free. Yi Hao clasped his fists at him. Thank you, this first place is very important to me. In less than half an hour, the white dragon elephant would awaken. At that time, they would compete for first place. Then there would be hope. And the young man in front of him had undoubtedly helped him a lot. I should be the one thanking Mr. Xia. Otherwise, I might not even be able to enter the top 10. The young man was not tall and had dark skin. He smiled shyly. If Yi Hao hadn't given him 2 elixir for free and even gave him a 50% discount, he wouldn't have enough money to help his beast break through, let alone enter the top 10. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. I'll treat you to a drink after the battle. Yi Hao patted the young man's shoulder happily. I'm sorry, everyone. The winner of this round is contestant number 7. The host was a little embarrassed and announced again. Damn, this works too. Don't tell me this beast can enter the top 3 while sleeping. Just what kind of background does this Xia Hao have? This is 2. Seeing this result, many of the eliminated contestants spat out a mouthful of blood. They simply couldn't believe it. Everyone, our competition is absolutely fair and just. All the decisions are made by the contestants, and we will not interfere. Hearing the clamor below, Bai Qingshang stood up and said softly. Since Bai Qingshang stood up to speak, the rest of the people did not dare to say anything. After the last 2 matches, number 1 Shueji, number 2 Yi Qing, number 3 contestant, number 7 Yi Hao, and number 10 successfully entered the next round. Everyone, do you still remember what we said at the start of the competition? Beast appraising not only depends on one's ability, but also on one's luck. Hence, we will draw lots again for this round. The contestant who draws a white token will successfully enter the top 3. The old man announced the rules again. 2 guards came over with a box. In front of everyone, the old man put 4 wooden tablets with numbers and a blank wooden tablet into the wooden box. Which one of you wants to go first? The old man asked Yi Hao and the other 4. I'll go first. Shueji's voice was filled with arrogance. He jumped off White Mang's head and randomly drew a wooden tablet. Seeing the wooden tablet, he laughed heartily. What made our contestant so happy? Could it be that he successfully advanced? The old man's curious voice instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Haha, number 1 again. Looks like I'm fated to be number 1 today. Shueji proudly showed the number on the wooden tablet, revealing his confidence and arrogance. Hee, our contestant number 1 is very confident to fight for our number 1 spot. The old man did not care about Shueji's performance at all. After all, he had the right to be arrogant. With 2 rank 5 demonic beasts under his command, who could compete with him? After Shueji drew his wooden tablet, apart from Yi Hao and Yi Qing, the remaining 2 started to feel nervous. In their opinion, they still hoped that Shueji would draw a blank wooden tablet. After all, none of them wanted to go against Shueji. As long as they did not go against Shueji, they had hope of entering the top 3. Boss, you go first. I don't care. Yi Qing stood beside Yi Hao and said. Yi Hao nodded. He also wanted to draw a blank wooden tablet. Because the white dragon giant elephant had not yet awakened, it still needed some time. Wait a moment, I'll go first. Just as Yi Hao was about to reach out his hand, contestant number 10 suddenly stood up and quickly took out a number 3 wooden tablet from the wooden box. He breathed a sigh of relief. You dare to fight with my boss? You better not meet me. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Yi Qing looked at contestant number 10 unhappily and said coldly, 3 elders, I have a request. Suddenly, Xueji put away the arrogance on his face and bowed to the 3 elders. He was not stupid. He also knew what kind of attitude he should show in front of the 3 elders. Speak. Bai Qingshang said softly. 3 elders, this disciple wants to make a request. That is, in the following competition, no one is allowed to give up. I'm afraid that some people will smoothly advance. Xueji looked at Yi Hao and Yi Qing with a meaningful look. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Bai Qingshang's heart was actually biased towards Yi Hao. Everyone present could see that Yi Hao and Yi Qing had a good relationship. If there were no accidents, Yi Hao could still enter the top 3. As long as Yi Hao could draw a blank wooden tablet, or draw a wooden tablet that was the opponent of Yi Qing, and as long as Yi Qing gave up, Yi Hao could enter the top 3. I agree with this contestant's proposal. I also agree with this contestant's proposal. Xueji's proposal was obviously aimed at Yi Hao. Elder Wan and Elder Li also did not like Yi Hao. Naturally, they were very satisfied with Xueji's decision. The 2 of them said softly, and the 2 elders did not forget to give Xueji a look. Well then, no one is allowed to give up in the following competition. Since the 2 elders had spoken, Bai Qingshang also could not say anything. He could only think in his heart that if there was no other choice, even if he had to go all out, he would save Yi Hao's life. Okay, the remaining 3 contestants, please continue to draw lots. Yi Hao walked to the front of the wooden box. Yi Qing was afraid that another contestant would delay Yi Hao, so she deliberately pulled the contestant to talk. That contestant could only helplessly watch Yi Hao draw lots. The wooden box was covered with the spiritual sense of the 3 elders to prevent cheating. Yi Hao could not help but sneer. The power of the system is not something that can be detected by your spiritual sense. Probing technique. Yi Hao immediately used the probing technique, and the scene inside the wooden box instantly appeared in Yi Hao's mind. Why are you still in a daze? Don't tell me you want to cheat. Xueji, who was standing to the side, saw Yi Hao in a daze and could not help but sneer. Chapter 219. Are you King crazy? Why don't you try cheating? Before Yi Hao could speak, Yi Qing was annoyed and directly scolded. You better pray that you don't encounter it, or your magical beast will die a horrible death. Xueji glanced at Yi Qing and found that he was no match for her, so he could only threaten her with his magical beast. Do you think I'm afraid of you, a kitten and a snake? Yi Qing scoffed at Xueji's threat and didn't care at all. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Yi Hao turned his head, squinted his eyes and asked with a chuckle. Xueji still wanted to say something, but when he saw Yi Hao's eyes, his heart trembled for no reason and he could only turn his head to the side. Coward! Yi Hao curled his lips and reached into the wooden box. He took out a wooden token and threw it to the host. The host quickly caught the wooden token and looked at it. He quickly eased the atmosphere and said, "Congratulations to our contestant number 7. You've drawn the lucky wooden token and directly advanced to the top 3. What?" Xueji couldn't help but turn his head. His face was full of disbelief, but when he met Yi Hao's eyes, he instantly turned his head away. That's great, boss. Yi Qing saw that Yi Hao had drawn the white wooden token and she was even more excited than herself. Do you want to draw first, or should I? Yi Qing glanced at contestant number 3 beside her and asked casually. You do it. Seeing that the white token had been drawn, the probability of fighting Xueji next was as high as 50%. Contestant number 3 was also very nervous and he made an inviting gesture to Yi Qing. Yi Qing curled her lips. It's a battle between magical beasts, not you. Why are you so nervous? Yi Qing took out a wooden token from the wooden box. When she saw the number on it, she suddenly laughed. Yi Hao looked at contestant number 10 pitifully. If he didn't guess wrong, Yi Qing's opponent was definitely him. Contestant number 10 saw Yi Qing laugh loudly and cast a mocking look at him. He didn't care at all. He had already observed Yi Qing's magical beast. However, they were just 2 beginner rank 4 magical beasts, while he had 2 magical beasts. One of them was a mid-rank 4 magical beast, while the other was a peak rank 4 magical beast. Therefore, it was very easy for him to deal with Yi Qing. Following this, contestant number 3's face darkened. Now that he was the only one left, there was a 100% chance that his opponent would be Xueji. Did he still have any hope of winning? Can I admit defeat? Contestant number 3 asked embarrassedly. Sorry, the rules have just been changed. You will only have a chance to admit defeat if the magical beast is unable to move, the host said apologetically. Contestant number 3 reluctantly released his Class 5 demonic beast, the fire ape. Alright, let the match begin. Tear that big monkey apart for me. Xueji roared out, wanting to vent the humiliation in his heart. Contestant number 3's expression changed. Fire ape, go. Xueji's white mang received the order, and its huge tail fiercely smashed towards the fire ape. The fire ape's reaction was very fast. It immediately rushed towards Xueji's leopard. The white mang's tail missed and directly smashed into the arena. Instantly, stone fragments flew everywhere, and a ditch that was half a meter deep and a few meters long appeared on the ground. The fire ape was also very smart. It knew that it wasn't a fight between 2 magical beasts. Taking advantage of the fact that the white mang's attack missed, it raised its huge fist and smashed towards the leopard's head. Roar! The leopard's speed was like a bolt of lightning. It wanted to quickly dodge. How could the fire ape let it succeed? Its fist landed on the leopard's abdomen. The leopard received a huge impact and was instantly sent flying. Good. Contestant number 3 excitedly shouted. Not good, quickly dodge. Just as the fire ape wanted to follow up with another attack, the white mang, whose attack missed, also learned to be smart and wanted to directly entangle the fire ape. When the fire ape heard its master's order, it immediately spat out a flame behind it. The fire ape landed on the white mang's body. Although the white mang was in pain, it still didn't want to let the fire ape go. Its tail wrapped around one of the fire ape's legs. The fire ape was furious and restless. Its fists were like pieces of bricks as it hit the white mang's body. The white mang was in so much pain that it let out a hiss. When the leopard heard the white mang's cry, it quickly got up from the ground, shook its body, and let out a low roar. The leopard opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp teeth. It pounced towards the fire ape's throat. The fire ape narrowly dodged, but a piece of its flesh was also taken away by the leopard. The leopard was a speed-type magical beast. Its speed was already one of the best among magical beasts of the same level. Now that the fire ape was entangled by the white mang, the leopard kept moving between the white mang and the fire ape, and kept biting the fire ape. Ah! The fire ape let out a shocking cry, but the white mang's grip became tighter and tighter. Gradually, both of the fire ape's arms were entangled. Roar! When contestant number 3 saw the fire ape's miserable state, his heart ached. Just as he was about to open his mouth and admit defeat, the leopard was one step ahead of him. It directly bit the leopard's throat. Fire ape! Contestant number 3 yelled with heartache. At this moment, the white mang also let go of its body. The leopard also returned to Xueji's side. The fire ape unwillingly covered its throat and fell to the ground. Haha, not bad, Pil said happily. At the same time, he took out 2 pills and threw them to the 2 magical beasts so that they could recover their strength. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for entering the top 3. Please move on to the next group. The host was already used to this kind of scene. He ordered people to carry the fire ape's body away. Play those 2 animals to death. Yi Qing jumped down from the white feather tiger. The 7 to 8 meter long white feather tiger and the giant lizard stood together. After receiving Yi Qing's order, the white feather tiger and the giant lizard each faced a magical beast. They quickly killed contestant number 10's magical beast. How is that possible? I want to admit defeat. Contestant number 10's expression changed slightly when he saw the strength of Yi Qing's 2 magical beasts. They didn't look like rank 4 magical beasts. But it was too late. His 2 magical beasts were torn apart. Who told you to fight with my boss? You better be careful next time. Yi Qing sat on the white feather tiger and warned him. Contestant number 10 was in a daze. In the blink of an eye, his 2 magical beasts were gone. How could he not be heartbroken? Those were the beasts that he had cultivated with all his resources. Just because he had fought with Yi Hao, all of it was gone. Congratulations to Yi Hao, Xueji, and Yi Qing for successfully advancing. Next, we will draw lots again. The rules are the same as before. 1 person will directly advance to the championship battle, and the remaining 2 will continue the competition. It's finally awake. Yi Hao had been observing the white dragon elephant's movements. The white dragon elephant that had been lying motionless suddenly moved. Chapter 220. Yi Qing, do you really want to give up the chance to draw lots and give up the first place? The host was still worried about Yi Qing whose decision. Because in the last round, Yi Qing's magical beast whose strength had been exposed. It was also 2 level 5 magical beasts. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win. Anyway, second and third place are the same. How would I dare to fight with my boss for first place? Yi Qing flattered Yi Hao with a smile. What shameless boasting. That little elephant wants to fight for first place. Xueji disdained to think nonsense in his heart, but he really did not dare to say it out loud. If Yi Qing competed with him, he might not be able to get first place. But against Yi Hao, Hu Baixiong, Xueji who was still full of confidence. Okay, then the last round of the competition, the fight for first place. The outer sect disciples officially begin. The host quickly finished his nonsense and walked down the stage. Boss, go for it. Kill that little snake and kitten. Yi Qing no longer has any reason to worship Yi Hao now. Get up quickly. If you can't get first place, I'll roast you. Yi Hao walked behind the white dragon elephant and kicked the white dragon elephant's butt. The white dragon elephant looked at Yi Hao aggrievedly and slowly stood up. As if it was not awake yet, its 2 huge ears drooped and its long nose swayed weakly. Ha ha ha, I think you should bring this white elephant back to sleep. Don't embarrass yourself here. Elder WN sneered at the still sleeping white dragon elephant. I really don't know how this kind of contestant who can enter the top 3. Elder WAN, you can't say that. No matter what, they are our WN show sect's disciples. We have to treat them equally. Bai Qingshang coughed and said, Old bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later. Yi Hao looked coldly at Elder WN and scolded in his heart. Come on, Master Xia. Let's have a fight to the death. Xueji who stood at a corner of the stage and loudly declared the battle. Since you're so eager to die, then come at me. Yi Hao patted the head of the white dragon elephant. At this moment, all the spectators were focused on the arena. They wanted to know who would be stronger. Until now, I still haven't seen that dizzy white elephant. Other than some strange scales on its limbs, there's nothing special about it. Just watch. I feel that Master Xue will definitely win this time. I really don't feel anything. Even the fire ape was killed by Master Xue whose 2 devil beasts. How could this white elephant be stronger than the fire ape? Almost none of the onlookers thought highly of Yi Hao. Only Yi Qing curled her lips and said, You guys can't tell what's so special about Boss's devil whisker beast. Although Yi Qing could not see anything special about the white elephant, she believed that since Yi Hao was so confident, the white elephant must have something special about it. Xueji, didn't you want to kill me? Why don't we play something? Just when Xueji's devil beast was about to attack, Yi Hao suddenly opened his mouth and said. Because they were all participants in the same round, they couldn't casually attack each other. However, Xueji Laro was jumping around in front of his round. Yi Hao really couldn't stand it. Only by killing him would he be able to suppress the anger in his heart. Oh, what is it? Seeing Yi Hao looking at him with a chuckle, Xueji asked with a little fear in his heart. Didn't you look down on my devil beast? Why don't we do it this way? Whoever's devil beast loses, he will directly commit suicide. I don't know if you dare. Yi Hao said softly. Xueji, as long as you agree, after you win, I will accept you as my last disciple. Just when Xueji was hesitating and did not know whether to agree or not, Elder Wan suddenly stood up and said. And me, as long as you have the body, I will reward you with a few treasures. Just when Elder Wan finished his words, Bai Qingshang wanted to stop him. Elder Hu Li looked at Bai Qingshang with a sneer and directly said. The two of you, this is not appropriate. Bai Qingshang's face turned ugly and said in a deep voice. Hihi, Elder Bai, this matter was brought up by Yi Hao. Moreover, the sect also allows competitors to compete. We did not do anything wrong. Elder Wan's face showed dissatisfaction and looked at Bai Qingshang. That's right, Elder Bai. This matter should be decided by them. Elder Li and Elder Wn stood at the side and spoke in favor of Xueji. Fine, if there is any mistake, I will report it to the sect. The consequences will be borne by you. Bai Qingshang snorted and closed his eyes. Seeing that the two elders wanted to kill Yi Hao, Xueji felt that his chance had come. As long as he grasped it, he would be like a fish in water. Xueji carefully looked at Bai Xiong and then looked at Yi Hao. Then he saw the two elders encouraging him. Xueji made up his mind. Fine, this is what you said. Whoever loses will commit suicide. Heavens, is there a mistake? It was just a contest between magical beasts. How did it turn into a duel? Haha, this is going to be a good show. Is this Xia Hao smart or stupid? Not only did he lose his devil beast, he also wants to send himself to death. The two people's decision made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. What kind of grudge did the two of them have? Was there a need to risk their lives? This damned Hu Xiaohao. How could he make such a rash decision? Could it be that his Bai Xiong has the strength of a fifth level? Xie Chunyu, who was hiding in the crowd, was currently wearing a soldier's uniform. He had already cursed Yi Hao 1,000 times in his heart. Xia Hao, do your best. Hu Yi Miaolian, who was wearing a red outfit and still had a pink scarf covering his face, couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard about the bet between Yi Hao and Xuejihu. He crossed his arms and prayed for Yi Hao. Xia Hao Gij, you must defeat that Xueji. You can't die. Song Shanshan was also looking at Yi Hao on the stage anxiously. She was also praying in her heart. On the other hand, Yi Qing was the calmest. She believed that Yi Hao wouldn't make a rash decision. Since Yi Hao was willing to add this bargaining chip, it meant that Yi Hao was absolutely confident in winning. Yi Qing saw Yi Miaolian and Song Shanshan, who were praying nervously in the crowd. She immediately walked over and comforted them. Don't worry, sisters-in-law. Since our boss has made this decision, it means that he is full of confidence. You have to trust him. Yes. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Yi Miaolian slightly nodded. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Haohu the whole time. When Song Shanshan heard Yi Qing call her sister-in-law, she blushed and was overjoyed. Chapter 221. Roar. Xueji's leopard looked at the white dragon elephant with disdain as it shook its body and roared. Hiss. The white mang also curled up its body and let out a hissing sound. Boom. When the white dragon elephant saw that it was being looked down upon by its opponent, it lifted one of its huge legs and stomped on the stage to vent its anger. The stage was instantly torn apart. Roar. The white dragon elephant shook its trunk and let out a strange roar. It sounded like a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon. It sounded like an elephant, but it wasn't an elephant. When Xueji heard the white dragon elephant's roar, he couldn't help but sneer. This can't be a hybrid white elephant, right? This sound is so funny. When Bai Qingshang heard the white dragon elephant's roar, he suddenly sat up straight and looked at the white dragon elephant. What is this sound? Why is it so strange? When the leopard and the white mang heard the white dragon elephant's roar, their bodies suddenly shook. The two beasts looked at each other and saw the caution in each other's eyes. They put away their disdain. Roar. Whoosh. The leopard roared, and the white mang suddenly attacked the white dragon elephant like a bolt of white lightning. The white draconic elephant lazily flicked its ears and stretched out its long trunk towards the leopard. It instantly hit the leopard's waist, but the leopard opened its mouth and wanted to bite the white draconic elephant's trunk. The white mang also cooperated with the leopard, wanting to entangle the white dragon elephant. The leopard was a rank 5 magical beast, and its body was similar to the white dragon elephant. If it were to bite, the white dragon elephant wouldn't have it easy either. When the white dragon elephant saw the leopard and the white mang attacking it from both sides, it was enraged. Once again, it let out a strange roar. Suddenly, the white dragon elephant's body rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, the white dragon elephant's body grew to 30 meters long and 20 meters tall. The white mang in front of it was really like a small snake. Seeing the white dragon elephant suddenly grow, the leopard and the white mang were filled with fear and immediately wanted to escape. Roar. Seeing that the leopard and white mang wanted to escape, the white dragon elephant angrily roared and smacked the leopard's body with its trunk. At the same time, it lifted its huge leg and fiercely stomped on white mang's body. The leopard was hit by the white dragon elephant and flew out of the ring, smashing into the ground. It lay on the ground, unable to move at all. On the other hand, White Mang was more or less snapped in half by the white dragon elephant. His entire body was badly mutilated, and he didn't even have the qualifications to resist. No. Xueji let out a painful roar. He couldn't understand how the seemingly ordinary white elephant had suddenly turned into a colossus. In other words, although the white dragon elephant was a rank 4 magical beast, it could already fight against a peak rank 5 magical beast, or even a beginner rank 6 magical beast. Xia Hao, what a mysterious man. The most surprised person here was Xie Chunyu. She more or less knew about Yi Hao's identity. He was the emperor of a principality. But everything about Yi Hao was so inconceivable. Others didn't know about Yi Hao's identity, but they could guess that Yi Hao was a person of a big power. Now Xie Chunyu had some doubts. Was Yi Hao running to Yanglong to be the emperor for fun? And Yi Hao had an even more powerful identity, but she didn't know about it. Humph, no matter who you are, as long as you can help me take revenge, otherwise. Xie Chunyu stared at Yi Hao's back and secretly pondered. This magical beast, no matter what, I will get it. The greedy voice of Bai Qingshang unceasingly sounded in his heart. If at the beginning he was only curious about the white dragon elephant, but now after seeing the power of the white dragon elephant, he wanted to use the white dragon elephant for himself. This white dragon elephant was only at the peak of rank 4, but it could erupt with such a strong fighting strength. If it was in his hands, it would be even more powerful. Bai Qingshang looked at the white dragon elephant, and the more he looked, the more he liked it, and the more he wanted to take it back from Yi Hao. Moreover, he had already sent people to investigate Yi Hao's identity. Although he hadn't found anything yet, but there was no one with the surname Xia in the nearby big power. So in his eyes, Yi Hao was nothing. But Yi Hao had Yi Qing, which made him somewhat suspicious. But as long as he went to Wn Shou sect, everything would be out of Yi Hao's control. I hope you can obediently give me the magical beast. I will never let you suffer, but if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Bai Qingshang said softly in his heart. Chapter 222. Strange. Yi Hao was puzzled. In his opinion, Bai Qingshang was a good person, but he clearly felt a phone appear behind him, and that was in the direction of Bai Qingshang. Yi Hao glanced at Bai Qingshang without leaving a trace and instantly understood what was going on. So it's for the white dragon elephant. I didn't expect you to expose your nature for a magical beast. Xueji, are you trying to run? Yi Hao suddenly used the butterfly shadow spell and appeared in front of Xueji. He took out the blood scar dual blades and placed it in front of Xueji's neck. No, no, no. Grandpa Xia Hao, spare me. Please let me go. Xueji could feel that the blood scar dual blades' sharp blades were already embedded in his neck. As long as Yi Hao moved a little, his life would be over. I'll kowtow to you and apologize. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Xueji kept begging for mercy. Then do you have a reason for me not to kill you? Yi Hao wanted to get some information about the Beast Monster Lodge from Xueji. After all, he needed to deal with the Beast Monster Lodge before entering the Myriad Beast sect. Xueji's eyes darted around. When he saw Yi Hao's impatient face, he hurriedly said, "My father-in-law sent someone back to the Beast Monster sect. I have a feeling that they will find trouble with you. That's all. Then you should die," Yi Hao said softly. The blood scar dual blades quickly slit Xueji's throat. Xueji hurriedly covered his throat with both hands, but he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Xueji's eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Beast Monster Lodge, this is troublesome. Yi Hao put the white dragon elephant into the purple-red jade token. At the same time, he searched Xueji's body for the leopard's purple-red jade token. After erasing Xueji's aura, he put the leopard into the purple-red jade token. In the Myriad Kingdom continent, as long as a magical beast didn't die, it could be restored to its original state after being placed in the purple-red jade token. But looking at the leopard's injuries, it would take a long time to recover. Host, please announce the results. Yi Hao said to the host with a smile. Since the host didn't announce the results, the system wouldn't prompt the completion of the mission. When the host heard Yi Hao's words, he quickly recovered from his shock. He was afraid of Yi Hao's every time. Why did he always kill people in front of everyone's eyes? The MC glanced at the three elders. As if their minds were elsewhere, they nodded. The old man quickly announced the results. Thank you, young Master Xia Hao, for winning first place in the Beast Appraisal competition and becoming an outer disciple of the Thousand Beast sect. At the same time, you've also received a rank 7 magical beast egg. There's a prize. Yi Hao was a little surprised to receive a class 7 magical beast egg. Do you have any purple-red jade tokens? Give me a few. Yi Hao looked at the old man and asked. The more the merrier, of course, Yi Hao said as he rubbed his hands. He had saved a lot of money this time. There were so many things he needed to spend his money on. Young Master Xia Hao, that's our warehouse. There are many purple-red jade tokens in there. If you need them, feel free to take them, the old man said as he respectfully handed the magical beast egg to Yi Hao and pointed at a small warehouse. Yi Hao glanced at the magical beast egg and realized it was only a rank 5 magical beast egg. He couldn't help but curl his lips and ask in confusion, "These are rank 7 magical beast eggs?" Ah! The old man looked a little embarrassed. He looked at Yi Hao and said softly, "Young Master Xia, how can there be so many rank 7 magical beast eggs? Even the Myriad Beast sect considers them treasures. How could they be willing to give them to an outside disciple? This is just a gimmick. Alright, even this is fake." Yi Hao pursed his lips. But when he thought about how he had stolen tens of thousands of magical beast eggs from the Myriad Beast sect, Yi Hao didn't want to be too calculative. Alright, everyone. You guys continue chatting. I still have something to do. Yi Hao clasped his fist at the crowd. At the same time, he didn't forget to announce, "Oh right, if you need pills, you can come to the Beast King Pavilion. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he hugged the magical beast egg and left in a hurry. Haha, purple red jade token, I'm coming. Yi Hao chuckled and walked towards the warehouse. The old man looked at Yi Hao's back view awkwardly. He was stunned on the stage and didn't know what to do. The first place had run away, the second place had been killed, and the three elders seemed to have something in mind. The hundreds of thousands of people below the stage were still looking at him. MC, now that the second place is dead, there's one less spot. Should we continue the competition? Some of the odd job disciples were grateful to Yi Hao for killing Xueji and giving them another chance. When the old man heard the question, he looked at the three elders. The three elders whispered to each other. Bai Qingshang stood up and said, "You are now third place. As for the rest of the contestants, as long as their magical beast can defeat this contestant's magical beast, they will become third place until no one challenges them." Bai Qingshang pointed at the black-clothed man and said. The black-clothed man nodded and released his blue bird. The black-clothed man's blue bird wasn't weak either. It had reached the first rank of the fifth rank. The rest of the contestants looked at the black-clothed man's magical beast and shook their heads. They didn't dare to challenge it. Contestants, seize the opportunity. As long as you succeed, you can become an apprentice disciple. The MC continued to hype up the atmosphere. I want to try. Brother, please don't be offended. The dark-skinned man who got Yi Hao's pill stood up and clasped his fist. Let's begin. The black-clothed man nodded and said in a hoarse voice. Brother, I admit defeat. The dark-skinned man knew the gap between his magical beast and the black-clothed man's magical beast. He shook his head and said with a wry smile. The black-clothed man nodded and stood in the corner of the ring like a statue. Damn, so many purple-red jade cards. I'm rich. Yi Hao smoothly walked into the small warehouse. The guards didn't dare to stop him. Yi Hao looked at more than a dozen boxes. Yi Hao opened the big boxes one by one. Each box was piled full of purple-red jade cards. Yi Hao roughly estimated that there were at least 10,000 purple-red jade cards in each box. I'm a bastard who doesn't take advantage. Yi Hao smiled and put all the boxes into his space. Hey, what's this? Yi Hao was about to close the last box when he found a purple-red jade card. It looked a little different from the others. Chapter 223. What a strange jade token. There seems to be words on it. Even I can't recognize them. It seems to be a random scribble, but it doesn't seem to be. It's really strange. The spirit looked at the strange jade token in Yi Hao's hand and muttered in confusion. Big worm, come and see if you recognize these words. The spirit was also very curious about the jade token. He called the giant dragon over and asked. The giant dragon was a race that had survived from ancient times to the present. Moreover, each generation would pass down their memories. Therefore, the giant dragon definitely knew more than him. The giant dragon flew over lazily. What words? Do you need me to do it? The giant dragon extended his spiritual sense out of the dragon prison lake and looked at the jade token in Yi Hao's hand indifferently. Isn't it just a purple-red medium? Wait a minute. How can this thing exist? It's impossible for such a thing to exist. The giant dragon didn't care at first. However, when he saw the words on the jade token, his body suddenly trembled and he lost his composure. What's different about this jade token? Yi Hao used the detection technique just now and found a bunch of question marks on the jade token. This meant that his level wasn't high enough to check this jade token. Please forgive me, my lord. I can't say anything about this unless my lord has reached the martial god realm. Otherwise, even if my lord knows about this, it won't benefit my lord at all. The giant dragon recovered from his shock and quickly said solemnly, Big worm, what else is there that my lord can't know? The spirit looked at the giant dragon in confusion. He didn't understand. The giant dragon glared at the spirit and then transmitted its voice to the spirit's mind. The spirit's expression changed. He looked at the giant dragon in disbelief. How can it be? You can't be mistaken. There really is such a heaven-defying thing in this world. The giant dragon was also afraid that he had seen wrongly. He looked at the jade token in Yi Hao's hand again and saw the strange words on it. He said with certainty, "It's definitely right. My lord, the big worm is right this time. It's better for you to know less about this matter. You must keep the jade token well and don't show it to others easily." The spirit said cautiously. All right. Even though Yi Hao was very interested in the pendants, he knew it was no trivial matter when he saw their reaction. He clenched his fists tightly. Martial Godrealm, another Martial Godrealm cultivator. If he wanted to save his father, he would need to be a martial god. Even if he wanted to find the pendant and learn its origin, he would still need to be a martial god. Why hasn't the mission notification appeared yet? Could it be that the battle outside hasn't ended yet? Yi Hao muttered softly as he stored the jade token into the system storage. Chapter 224. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host for winning first place in the Beast Appraisal Competition. Reward, 500,000 experience points. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host for leveling up. Current level, 3rd level Martial King. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host for leveling up. Current level, 4th level Martial King. Just as Yi Hao was about to ask the system why he still hadn't completed the mission, the system's notification rang out. Young Master Xia, the top 3 of the competition are out. Please go to the arena. Just then, a guard knocked on the door of the warehouse and shouted loudly, "Coming." Yi Hao scanned the warehouse. After confirming that there was nothing left, he walked out. "Hey, Xia Hao, congratulations. Where's your magical beast egg?" Seeing Yi Hao walking over, the host quickly asked with a smile. Then, he looked at the ring on Yi Hao's hand and a look of realization dawned on his face. Yi Hao chuckled and nodded. The ring on his hand was just a cover. It wasn't a storage ring at all. All right, the Beast Appraisal Competition is over. You disciples, report to the 1,000 Beasts sect in half a month. Those who are late will be expelled. The 3 elders looked at Yi Hao and the others in the arena and gave them a few words of advice. Then, they gave each of them a token. After that, they directly summoned their own flying magical beasts and flew away. Everyone looked at the backs of the 3 elders with envious expressions. Yi Hao glanced at the token in his hand. The words Outer Disciple were written on the front and 1,000 Beasts Sect were written on the back. This should represent his identity. Yi Hao observed his token and noticed the difference between it and the servant and intern disciples. There was a single golden line on the intern disciple token. The servant disciple token didn't have one. Yi Qing and the black-clothed man's tokens had 2 golden lines while his had 3. Boss, stop looking. The 3 golden lines on your token means you're an elite outer disciple. Your rank is higher than mine, so you'll be treated better, Yi Qing said nonchalantly. It seemed like she didn't care about the 1,000 Beasts sect's treatment at all. Yi Hao nodded and tossed the token into his space. Where is that dog Xia Hao? How dare he kill my son-in-law? Suddenly, a group of people squeezed through the crowd and surrounded the arena. The leader was none other than the housemaster of the Beast Monster Lodge. He wanted to wait for Xueji's good news in the store, but he didn't get any good news. Instead, he got the news of Xueji's death. He didn't care about Xueji's life or death, but Xueji's death meant that all his hard work had gone down the drain. In any case, he was an outer sect deacon of the Beast Demon Lodge, the lodge master of the Beast Demon Lodge in Beast King City. He had been in the Beast Demon Lodge for nearly half his life, and no one dared to disrespect him. However, this Xia Hao had repeatedly slapped him in the face and ruined his plans. It was truly intolerable. Yi Hao walked to a corner of the arena and looked at Xueji's head. Suddenly, he kicked the housemaster of Beast Demon Abode. So it's Housemaster Ju. Your son-in-law is here. Take it. Scram. Seeing the head flying towards him, the housemaster of Beast Demon Abode waved his sleeve and instantly sent Xueji's head flying. Xia Hao, don't say that I'm bullying you. Compete with me in alchemy. As long as you win, I'll withdraw from Beast King City and this city will belong to your Beast King Pavilion. However, if you lose, you have to commit suicide. The housemaster of Beast Demon Abode gave a signal with his eyes, and dozens of martial kings surrounded Yi Hao. Oh, are you threatening me? Yi Hao glanced at the dozens of martial kings before softly looking at the housemaster of Beast Demon Abode. I'll threaten you today. Are you going to compete or not? The housemaster of Beast Demon Abode directly laid his cards on the table. He was determined to kill Yi Hao today. Old thing, you're too overbearing. If you lose, you'll just withdraw from Beast King City. However, if my boss loses, he wants to commit suicide. As the housemaster of Beast Demon Abode, Yi Qing wasn't afraid at all. She directly stood out and said, "PH, do you think I can still survive if I withdraw from Beast King City?" The housemaster of Beast Demon Abode snorted coldly. "Boss, you mustn't compete with him. This old man is quite skilled. I heard that he can refine rank 5 pills. Xueji's 2 rank 5 demonic beasts are all thanks to him." Yi Qing whispered beside Yi Hao. "Isn't this housemaster of Beast Demon Abode being a bully? Young Master Xia might not even know how to refine pills, so how can he compare to him? Isn't he just trying to take young Master Xia's life? Who told him to kill Xueji? Now that his father-in-law is here to take revenge, it's only right. Sigh. He just won first place in the beast appraisal competition and now he's going to be killed. What a tragedy." The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. Many who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Housemaster Ju, no matter what, Xia Hao is still a disciple of the Thousand Beast sect. Why are you? City Lord Song tried to use the Thousand Beast sect's name to suppress the housemaster of Beast Demon Abode. Don't talk to me about this. Even if God himself were here today, I would still kill him without hesitation. Xia Hao, hurry up and make your choice. I choose your grandpa. The smile on Yi Hao's face suddenly disappeared. He released the white dragon elephant and jumped onto its back. Chop this beast to death. Seeing the white dragon elephant's massive body, the housemaster of Beast Demon Abode was shocked. However, he quickly regained his senses and ordered his subordinates. "Housemaster, you can't cut it." Dozens of martial king experts surrounded the white dragon elephant and kept attacking its legs. Their blades collided with the white dragon elephant's scales, emitting the sound of metal clashing. However, they couldn't hurt the white dragon elephant in the slightest. Yi Hao sat on the white dragon elephant and ordered the white dragon elephant, "Little White, stomp these bastards to death." Upon receiving Yi Hao's order, the white dragon elephant raised its huge legs and stomped on the people attacking it. The arena couldn't withstand the attack and collapsed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a first-level martial king. Reward, 1,000 experience points. 1,000 soul points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a third-level martial king. Reward, 3,000 experience points. 3,000 soul points. Not good. Run. The white dragon elephant could stomp 2 to 3 martial kings into meat paste with a single stomp. The remaining guards panicked and fled in all directions. Little White, stomp them to death. Don't let a single one of them go. Hearing the notification in his mind, Yi Hao shouted excitedly. The housemaster of Beast Demon Abode had brought nearly 100 guards with him. As long as he stomped them all to death, he would gain at least a few 100,000 experience points. Oh my god, this is too terrifying. Those guards are all martial kings. That's right. When did a white elephant become so ferocious? Is this an ancient beast? Is this a demonic beast at the peak of the 4th level? The crowd watched as the guards of Beast Demon Abode died one by one under the feet of the white dragon elephant like powerless babies. They couldn't resist at all. Stop! Suddenly, a demonic beast flew over from the distance and a roar came from it. Chapter 225. Big Brother, I'm here. Come and save me. Hearing the voice in the air, Master Jew was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Little thief, stop. I'll leave your corpse intact." A shout came from the Class 6 Wind Thunderbird. The Wind Thunderbird stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed at Yi Hao. Yi Hao was shocked and quickly jumped down from the white dragon elephant. At the same time, he released Black Whirlwind Li Kuei while no one was paying attention. "Traitor, how dare you hurt my master? You're courting death." Li Kuei saw the Wind Thunderbird attack Yi Hao and threw an axe at Elder Jew who was on the Wind Thunderbird. A martial venerable expert. Elder Jew was shocked. In order to dodge the axe, he jumped down from the Wind Thunderbird. The flying axe was like a small mountain. It hit the Wind Thunderbird's body and the Wind Thunderbird cried out in pain. "Li Kuei, kill that old thing for me. Xiao Bai, hold that bird back for me." The Wind Thunderbird was a Class 6 magical beast, so Yi Hao was also envious. Although the white dragon elephant was powerful, it was still a peak Class 4 magical beast. It was quite strenuous for it to fight against a Class 6 Wind Thunderbird. Fortunately, the Wind Thunderbird had been attacked by Li Kuei and had not reacted until now. The Wind Thunderbird was held back by the white dragon elephant. The white dragon elephant's nose kept twitching but it could not attack the Wind Thunderbird. The Wind Thunderbird also did not dare to approach the white dragon elephant. "Sir, I'm an elder of the Beast Monster sect. My name is Ju Li, don't attack first." Although Ju Li was good at alchemy, he was only in the martial spirit realm. He had relied on pills to raise his cultivation. Now that the Wind Thunderbird was held back, he was definitely not a match for Li Kuei. He quickly wanted to use his sect to hold Li Kuei back. "What bullshit, Beast Monster House? How dare you hurt my master? You're courting death." After receiving Yi Hao's orders, Li Kuei naturally would not be intimidated by Ju Li's words. Li Kuei held his axe and slashed at Ju Li. Ju Li did not expect that even if he revealed his sect, he would not be able to stop Li Kuei. He hurriedly blocked with his weapon. Bang! Ju Li's spirit weapon was like a thin piece of paper in front of Li Kuei's attack. It was easily torn apart. Ju Li was directly torn in half by Li Kuei's broad axe. "Brother!" Temple Head Ju cried out in pain. He had not expected that his brother would be killed so easily. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for killing a 3rd-level martial spirit, obtaining 30,000 experience points, obtaining 30,000 soul points, obtaining a purple-red Wind Thunderbird Jade tablet, obtaining 100 3rd-level magical beast pills, 100 4th-level magical beast pills, 100 5th-level magical beast pills, and 1,000 6th-level magical beast pills. After Ju Li died, the Wind Thunderbird automatically disappeared and reappeared in the purple-red jade token. "Li Kuei, kill these people." Yi Hao ordered Li Kuei as he pointed at the remaining temple head of Ju and the group of frightened guards. Li Kuei's strength of a 1st-level martial venerable suppressed temple head Ju to the point that he could not breathe. He could only stand there helplessly and let Li Kuei slaughter him. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for killing a 3rd-level martial king. Obtaining 3,000 experience points, obtaining 3,000 soul points. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for completing the mission. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for obtaining a mission gift pack. Congratulations to host for obtaining 100 favorability from Yi Miaolian. Yi Miaolian will never betray the host. Host has obtained 1 million experience points. Host has obtained 1 million resurrection points. As soon as Li Kuei killed the temple head of the Beast Demon Temple, the system notification sounded. Following that, Yi Hao's realm increased by another 2 levels, reaching the 6th level Martial King. How terrifying was it to increase 2 levels in a day? In the Myriad Kingdom continent, it would be a monstrous existence, but Yi Hao did it so easily. Who is this Xia Hao? He doesn't even put the Beast Demon Temple in his eyes. He killed the elders and temple head of the Beast Demon Temple. TCH, didn't you see Xia Hao's guards? They're martial venerables. Maybe the power behind them isn't any worse than the Beast Demon Temple. No matter what, the Beast Demon Temple won't sit back and do nothing. Beast King City is going to be in chaos. Seeing Li Kuei, everyone thought that Li Kuei was Yi Hao's guard. Only now did they understand why Yi Hao dared to challenge the elders of the Thousand Beast sect. From now on, Beast King City will only have the Beast King Pavilion, no more Beast Demon Temple. Li Kuei, follow Miss Yi to take over the Beast Demon Temple. Kill those who resist. Yi Hao put away the white dragon giant elephant and announced loudly to the sky. Yes. Li Kuei walked to Yi Miaolian's side. Miss Yi, please lead the way. Okay. Yi Miaolian felt that her heart was about to jump out. She didn't expect Yi Hao's followers to be martial venerables. A martial venerables was actually so respectful to her. City Lord Song, please send some people to protect Miss Yi. I have something to take care of. Yi Hao was still a little worried and said politely to City Lord Song. Okay. Go ahead. City Lord Song was clearly still in a daze. He didn't expect that there would be a martial venerables hiding in the dark without him noticing. City Lord Song couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't do anything bad. Otherwise, he didn't know if he would be able to survive until now. There's more. How is this possible? Xie Chunyu had her cultivation sealed by Guan Yu, so she naturally had a deep impression of him. She could clearly see that Li Kuei and Guan Yu were not the same person. An emperor of a duchy having 2 martial venerables by his side. How could this not be heaven-defying? Xie Chunyu couldn't believe what she was seeing. Thinking about how she had always wanted to use Yi Hao, Xie Chunyu couldn't help but gulp. How terrifying her thoughts were. Although she had the purple spiritual umbrella and wasn't afraid of martial venerables, it didn't mean that the purple spiritual umbrella was omnipotent. Where is he going? He can't be thinking of breaking the contract, right? Seeing Yi Hao summon the Thunderbird, Xie Chunyu couldn't help but feel anxious. However, she didn't dare to stop him. Yi Hao put away the corpse of the Beast Demon Lodge Master and the corpses of the Beast Demon Lodge Guards, including Zhu Li, who was split in half. Thunderbird, it's time for you to perform. Now, you should redeem yourself. Fly to the Beast Demon Lodge for me. Yi Hao transmitted his voice to the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's medium jade token was in Yi Hao's hands. Now that the purple-red medium jade token had changed hands, Yi Hao naturally became the person in the Thunderbird's heart. Hearing Yi Hao's instructions, the Thunderbird naturally wanted to perform well in front of its new master. With a long cry, it flew in the direction of the Beast Demon sect. Yi Hao originally wanted to slowly develop the Beast King Pavilion, but he felt that this development was too slow. When would he be able to achieve his goal of unifying the world? Therefore, Yi Hao changed his mind. He wanted to take the Beast Demon Lodge for his own use. That would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame their bad luck for provoking him. Furthermore, Zhu Li, who wasn't even a martial spirit, could become an elder of the Beast Demon sect. Yi Hao believed that the Beast Demon sect shouldn't have any experts. Chapter 226. If he wanted to create a magical beast army, he would also need a large amount of elixirs. If he wanted to exchange for them, it would undoubtedly be a shocking amount of soul points. But as long as he controlled the beast monster sect, he would undoubtedly save a large amount of resources. And no matter what it was, he would need funds. Refining magical beast egg medicine was also a large amount of income. It would also be of great help to him. Moreover, he had promised to help Yi Miaolian to open the Beast King Pavilion all over the 10,000 countries continent. After flying for a few hours, Yi Hao finally saw a huge mountain. It was a few thousand feet tall and he could see a sect from afar. Beast Monster Sect, what a grand style. Yi Hao looked at the huge gate at the foot of the mountain. There were 3 ancient words engraved on it. System, help me open the gift package. Yi Hao stopped in the air and didn't rush down as he said to the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 mind control pills. Mind control pill, what is this? When Yi Hao heard that the system only gave him one thing, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He took out a mind control pill and looked at the information on it. He was instantly excited. Mind control pill can control warriors of the same level. The controlled warriors will be 100% loyal and cannot be used beyond their level. This pill is simply too heaven-defying. Yi Hao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This system was simply sending him a big bed when he was sleepy. At first, he was a little distressed in order to control the Beast Monster Sect. After all, he couldn't stay in the Beast Monster Sect forever. But now that he had the mind control pill, those problems were solved. Wu Song, these pills are for you. Recognize them as your master first. Yi Hao sent the mind control pill into the dragon prison lake and said to Wu Song. Although these mind control pills were heaven-defying, they couldn't be used beyond their level. The experts of the Beast Monster Sect definitely wouldn't be lower than him. Even if he used the mind control pill, it would be useless. But he could give the pills to Wu Song. Anyway, Wu Song wouldn't betray him. As long as Wu Song controlled the experts of the Beast Monster Sect, it was the same as him controlling them. Wu Song received the pill from Yi Hao. Although he didn't understand what it was, he immediately listened to Yi Hao and infused his spiritual energy into the pill. All right, Thunderbird, go down, Yi Hao said to the Thunderbird. Seeing the appearance of the Wind Thunderbird, the guards below took a glance and shouted respectfully, Elder Ju is back. That damned Beast King Pavilion should be destroyed. I'll kill your grandpa. Hearing the guards' words, Yi Hao was infuriated. Call your sect leader and elders out. You're not Elder Ju? Young man, who are you? Where is our Elder Ju? The guards below heard Yi Hao's voice and questioned him as if they were facing a formidable enemy. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you don't want to die, call your sect leader out. Yi Hao didn't even bother to respond to the group of Wu Hu realm guards. Young man, you're courting death. Do you think you can meet our sect leader just because you want to? The guards below were instantly annoyed. Since when was there someone so daring to speak to the Beast Monster Sect like this? Roar Tilda the Thunderbird roared and stared at everyone. Ah, retreat. Hearing the Thunderbird's voice, the group of guards instantly lost their confidence and quickly retreated. You! Wait here. I'll go and report to the sect leader. The guard shouted in panic and quickly ran into the sect. Young man, be honest. We're afraid of your bird, but we're not afraid of you. The remaining guards pretended to be calm and said, Afraid of my bird? Yi Hao subconsciously lowered his head and looked at his crotch. Then, his head was filled with black lines. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous in my Beast Monster Sect? Suddenly, the bell of the Beast Monster Sect rang and everyone gathered at the sect. Suddenly, several martial spirits flew out from the sky. Among them, there were 3 martial sovereigns. The leader was a middle-aged man in green clothes. The middle-aged man stood in the sky and stared at Yi Hao as he questioned loudly. I'm from the Beast King Pavilion. I'm here to give you a big gift. Yi Hao also stood up from the Thunderbird. Yi Hao could clearly feel the Thunderbird. When he saw the middle-aged man leading the group, his body actually trembled in fear. Useless trash. Sooner or later, I'll roast and eat you. Yi Hao scolded in a low voice. The Thunderbird immediately shivered. Beast King Pavilion? The middle-aged man clearly didn't know what was going on with the Beast King Pavilion. A martial sovereign beside him quickly transmitted his voice to him. After hearing this, The middle-aged man instantly laughed. Young man, you have guts. You actually dare to open a shop in my beast monster sect's territory and even dare to come to my beast monster sect alone. I'd like to see what kind of gift you can give me. Young man, what did you do to my disciple? Why are you riding my disciple's demonic beast? One of the martial sovereigns stared at the Thunderbird for a while and asked with a gloomy face. Your disciple is here. Yi Hao sneered. Suddenly, hundreds of corpses fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. How's this gift? You actually killed my beast monster sect's disciple? One of the martial sovereigns looked at the corpses on the ground and his voice was filled with disbelief. Is your brain damaged? Can't you see? Yi Hao glanced at the martial sovereign with disdain. He really didn't know how someone with such intelligence could cultivate to the martial sovereign realm. Where are the disciples of the martial hall? The martial sovereign was also confused from anger. He quickly recovered and shouted coldly, Here. Thousands of disciples of the martial hall shouted in unison and quickly took out their weapons. They stared at Yi Hao and waited. As long as the order was given, they would kill Yi Hao. Kill him. That martial sovereign was the great elder of the beast monster house. Now that his disciple was killed, he was naturally furious. He pointed at Yi Hao and shouted, Kill. Thousands of disciples of the martial hall charged at Yi Hao. Their shouts shook the sky. All the elders had cold expressions as they stood in the air. They were the beast monster sect. Although their fighting strength wasn't the strongest, because they were an alchemy sect, the other factions had to respect them. The beast monster sect was the overlord of 1,000 miles. When had they ever been humiliated like this? And it was by a young man who hadn't even grown his hair yet. These are all experience points. To be honest, Yi Hao really wanted to go down and kill them all. With so many people, how much experience and soul points would that be? But Yi Hao knew his goal. He was here to subdue the beast monster house and not to kill. Let me see who dares to move. Yi Hao shouted and summoned Wu Song at the same time. The moment Wu Song came out, he released his aura. Instantly, none of the disciples of the martial hall dared to go forward. Disciples, back down. Elders, follow me to kill the enemy. The beast monster sect's patriarch knew that they didn't come with good intentions and said in a deep voice, Protect the sect. Kill. All the elders of the martial spirit realm and above shouted in unison. They all took out their weapons and charged at Wu Song. Master, back down. The aura of so many martial spirits and martial sovereigns was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Wu Song didn't forget to shout. Chapter 227. Wu Song, go easy on him. You have to leave him with a single breath. Yi Hao rode the wind thunder bird into the air and didn't forget to remind him. The people below were all talents. No matter what, they would serve him in the future. Yi Hao's heart would ache if one of them died. Put it down. Seeing that Yi Hao was in danger, Wu Song didn't have any worries. Eat my killing rod. Wu Song raised a metal rod and smashed it at the head of the beast monster sect leader. Protect the sect leader. The rest of the elders shouted loudly and surrounded Wu Song together. Fall. Seeing the people surrounding him, Wu Song was delighted. The metal rod in his hand that was about to strike suddenly changed direction. Wu Song spun 360 degrees on the spot. The metal rod was like a part of Wu Song's body as it danced in different directions, dazzling everyone. Just as Wu Song finished speaking, there was a sound of impact. 5 elders were sent flying and fell to the ground. Haha, feels good. If only there was some wine. Looking at the elders who were sent flying, Wu Song laughed. Hearing Wu Song's words, Yi Hao immediately remembered how Wu Song killed the tiger. Although this was another life, the generals still retained their nature. Wu Song, this young emperor will give you wine. Yi Hao took out a bottle of white wine from the space and threw it to Wu Song. "Thank you, Lord." Wu Song caught the bottle. Seeing the group of people surrounding him but not daring to come up, Wu Song couldn't help but laugh. Wu Song placed the rod in front of him and opened the bottle. Gulp gulp gulp, he drank the entire bottle. Seeing Wu Song's expression, Yi Hao smiled and threw another bottle to Wu Song. "Haha, Lord understands me." Wu Song smiled and took the bottle. Sect leader. Wang Chong looked at Wu Song and asked Sun Ba softly. "Great elder, don't be in a hurry. Let's see what he wants to do first." Sun Ba signaled Wang Chong not to be rash as he looked warily at Wu Song. The thousands of people from the Beast Monster sect just stood there and watched as Wu Song drank bottle after bottle of wine. Wu Song was already drunk, and even his eyes were starting to blur. Wu Song suddenly burped and fell to the ground, snoring loudly. Attack! Sun Ba waited for a long time until Wu Song started snoring. He immediately waved his left hand, indicating for the elders to charge forward. "Holy *T, don't tell me he's really drunk." Yi Hao sat on the Thunderbird and looked at Wu Song with uncertainty. Sun Ba led the elders over slowly, afraid that they would wake Wu Song up. Even when everyone was less than a meter away from Wu Song seemed to be really drunk. He still didn't notice anything. Everyone looked at Sun Ba. As long as Sun Ba gave the order, all the swords and sabers would chop Wu Song into pieces. "Kill!" Sun Ba shouted. He took the lead and stabbed his spear towards Wu Song's head. All the other elders also attacked Wu Song's vitals. "Come, have a drink with me." Just as Sun Ba's spear was about to land on Wu Song's head, Wu Song suddenly dodged. He followed Sun Ba's spear and blocked Sun Ba. Sect leader. Everyone was shocked and looked at Wu Song. They didn't understand how the sect leader ended up in Wu Song's hands. What a good method. "Speak, what requests do you have?" Sun Ba knew that he was tricked after falling into Wu Song's hands. He helplessly tossed his spear aside and asked, "I think you asked the wrong person. Your life isn't in my hands." Wu Song smiled and said. Sun Ba raised his head helplessly and looked at Yi Hao, who was on the Wind Thunderbird. He asked in dissatisfaction, "I wonder what conditions this young master has?" "Speak." "Two choices. One is for the entire sect to be wiped out and the other is for me to use." Yi Hao raised two fingers and said, "Kid, what arrogance." When Wang Chong heard Yi Hao's words, he was furious. "Haha, that's easy. Isn't it just relying on you? We are willing." Sun Ba's expression changed and he suddenly smiled. "Sect leader, no. Sect leader, we won't submit. Sect leader, let's fight it out with him. We don't know who will live and who will die." When all the elders heard Sun Ba's words, they all tried to persuade him. Sun Ba didn't know what to say. He glanced at the elders and everyone instantly understood. Sun Ba wanted to pretend to join them, but he wasn't serious. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. "Do you really think I am a fool?" Yi Hao smiled and nodded. He suddenly looked at Sun Ba with a mocking expression. Sun Ba's expression turned ugly and he became firm. "Beast Monster sect will rather die than submit. If you have the ability, then kill me." "Okay, I don't like your Beast Monster sect. Since you are like this, then don't blame me," Yi Hao said softly. He didn't seem to care at all. "Mph, aren't you just a grandmaster? If you can't do it, then fight to the death." Sun Ba scoffed coldly and said solemnly, "How interesting. Do you think my family will send me a subordinate?" Yi Hao suddenly turned and said respectfully, "Dragon Saint, there is someone here who wants to fight against me. Kid, don't try to act mysterious." "Dragon Saint, why don't you say Dragon God?" Wang Chong didn't care about Yi Hao's actions and thought that Yi Hao was just acting. In the 10,000 country continent, dragons were one of the top races. Why would they be the bodyguard of a teen? They definitely wouldn't appear in such a small place. I know. The moment Wang Chong's body landed, a dragon roar could be heard. following which, an old and mysterious voice could be heard. The dragon roar caused all the demonic beasts within 100 miles of the beast monster sect to kneel on the ground. Some of the weaker demonic beasts were so frightened that their guts were shattered. It's a dragon, it really is a dragon. Wang Chong's face was no longer calm as he looked around warily. Kid, the great dragon saint is not someone you can insult. As long as the young emperor gives the order, I will eat you. The giant dragon's voice came from all around. I am asking all of you, are you going to surrender or not? Yi Hao stood on the wind thunderbird and looked down on all the people of the beast monster sect. At this moment, all the disciples of the beast monster sect except for the elders were kneeling on the ground and looking at Yi Hao in worship. The teen in front of them had the dragon saint as his bodyguard. If they could sell their lives for him, that would be the fortune of several lifetimes. All the disciples thought in their hearts. Sect leader, do you think it is true? Wang Chong asked uncertainly. But in his heart, he was 70 to 80% convinced. Chapter 228. Then, sect leader, do we surrender? Everyone from Beast Monster sect was frightened. If they had the confidence to fight to the death, it was because they still had a chance to survive if they went all out against Wu Song. But now that there was a dragon saint hiding in the dark, they didn't have the confidence to fight back. Sun Ba could tell that Wang Chong's tone wasn't as tough as before. Those elders looked at him and the meaning in their hearts was obvious. They wanted to surrender. Harais, we surrender. The moment Sun Ba said that, his body relaxed like a huge burden had been removed from his body. Okay, in order to show your loyalty, take these pills. Yi Hao gestured to Wu Song. Wu Song immediately took out the mind control pill. You. Don't go too far. Wang Chong pointed at Yi Hao in rage. There was an indescribable rage in his heart. Although they didn't know what pill it was, it definitely wasn't a good one. They didn't want to become Yi Hao's hard work. Give it to me, I will eat it. Sun Ba seemed to have seen through everything and said to Wu Song. This was because he had no other choice. He knew that he wanted to live, and since he wanted to live, he had to listen to Yi Hao's arrangements. Since he had already made up his mind, he might as well accept it. Life and death were all up to him. He might as well leave a good impression on Yi Hao. Sect leader. Wang Chong was still a little unwilling, but Sun Ba swallowed the pill without hesitation. He looked at Yi Hao and said, I hope that you keep your promise and don't humiliate me too much. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't be controlled by you. Ding dong, congratulations on recruiting Sun Ba. Level, 2 Martial Sovereign, Grade 6 Alchemist. Identity, Sect Leader of Beast Monster Sect. Loyalty, 100. Ding dong, congratulations on recruiting and Martial Sovereign. Reward, 100,000 experience. Reward, 100,000 revival points. Don't worry, you can do whatever you want in the future. As long as you develop the sect and refine pills for me, it will be fine. Yi Hao did not expect that he would be able to obtain resurrection points and experience by subduing Sun Ba. Naturally, he was very happy. Moreover, Sun Ba's alchemy realm had also exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that Sun Ba was at most a rank 5 alchemist, but he did not expect that he was actually a rank 6 alchemist. All of a sudden, it helped him save a lot of soul points and revival points. His decision to recruit Beast Monster Sect was a wise one. Thank you, my lord. I hope that you will keep your promise, Sun Ba said as he knelt on one knee. Wang Chong worriedly looked at Sun Ba and worriedly asked, Sect Master, do you have any adverse reactions? Hearing Wang Chong's question, Sun Ba hurriedly closed his eyes and inspected his body. However, when his martial arts energy flowed through his organs, he found nothing strange. Strange. Sun Ba frowned, puzzled. A god-tier alchemist was an existence that he couldn't touch. Now that he could become Yi Hao's subordinate, he might be able to get some guidance from that god-tier alchemist one day. Sect leader, are you lying to us? It can really change one's aptitude. Wang Chong was also tempted. But he was worried that Sun Ba was trying to drag him down, so he purposely lied. Why would I lie to you? I can't take it anymore. I am going to have a breakthrough. The things that I didn't understand before, I have figured it all out now. Sun Ba suddenly sat on the ground anxiously. The excitement on his face was self-evident. Quickly, protect the sect leader. One had to say that Wang Chong was still very loyal to Sun Ba. At this moment, he was still thinking for Sun Ba. As the head elder of the beast monster sect, Wang Chong's deterrence was still very strong. Under Wang Chong's order, everyone sat around Sun Ba and transmitted their martial arts to him. Boom tilde. Chapter 229. Sect Master, how do you feel? Wang Chong quickly helped Sun Ba up and asked. I've broken through. Sun Ba immediately retracted his aura and said with a smile. Are you really that powerful? Sun Ba's aura couldn't be wrong. Wang Chong and the other elders were also a little shaken. Elders, let's surrender. My cultivation can't be faked. It's our fortune to be able to follow His Highness. Sun Ba began to break down the crowd's mentality and spoke up for Yi Hao. First elder. Now that Sun Ba was Yi Hao's man, all the elders treated Wang Chong as their backbone. Everyone looked at Wang Chong. Since Sect Master has surrendered, why are we still holding on? Everyone, let's surrender. Wang Chong's gaze wandered around the crowd and he suddenly sighed. Wang Chong led all the elders and said in unison to Yi Hao, Master, we are willing to surrender. Please treat us well. Yi Hao nodded and signaled to Wu Song at the same time. Wu Song immediately understood and took out a dozen mind control pills and gave them to all the elders. Ding dong, congratulations to host for subduing Wang Chong. Level 1, Martial Saint. Rank, 5-pill Master. Identity, Beast Monster Sect's First Elder. Loyalty, 100. Ding dong, congratulations to host for subduing a Martial Saint expert. Reward, 80,000 experience points. Reward, 80,000 resurrection points. Ding dong, congratulations to host for subduing Wu Di. Level 1, Martial Saint. Rank, 5-pill Master. Identity, Second Elder of Beast Monster Sect. Loyalty, 100. Ding dong, congratulations to host for subduing a Martial Saint expert. Reward, 60,000 experience points. Reward, 60,000 resurrection points. Ding dong, congratulations to host for filling up the experience slot. Host's current level, 7 Martial King. All the elders ate the mind control pills. The notifications in Yi Hao's mind kept on ringing, and he directly leveled up. Master, why did you suddenly break through while we were talking? Yi Hao's sudden breakthrough naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Yi Hao in confusion. After all, if anyone wanted to break through, they would have to meditate and prepare. Just now, Sun Ba had broken through with many elders protecting him. That was why Sun Ba had been able to break through so smoothly. As for Yi Hao, he had stood on the Zephyr bird and broken through without doing anything. Is it really that easy to break through? Everyone started to doubt their lives at this moment. Yi Hao originally thought that since all the elders had taken the mind-controlling pill, his experience should be about the same. Who knew that the next notification would ring out in his mind like a tsunami? There were tens of thousands of disciples below. Just the Martial Hall disciples numbered in the thousands. At this moment, all the elders and the sect master had surrendered. Therefore, the hearts of the disciples began to crumble. They all submitted to Yi Hao from the bottom of their hearts. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing Li Xiaosan. Level, 2nd level Martial King, 3rd level Alchemist. Identity, Beast Monster Sect Disciple. Loyalty, 79. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a Martial King expert. The reward is 200 experience points and 200 resurrection points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing Wang Wu. Level, 1st level Martial Warrior, 4th level Alchemist. Identity, Beast Monster Sect Disciple. Loyalty, 100. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a 4th level Alchemist. The reward is 200 experience points and 200 resurrection points. Boom tilde suddenly, Yi Hao broke through another level and reached 8th level Martial King. Oh my god, does he have to be so overpowered? I have been at 4th level Martial King for almost a year now. How did the Lord do it? When all the disciples saw how easily Yi Hao had broken through, they all went crazy. This caused even more disciples to become loyal to Yi Hao. The Lord must be a martial arts genius. No, he is simply a monster. Sun Ba and Wang Chong looked at each other. They both had the urge to kill themselves. Boom tilde after a while, just as the disciples were about to stop talking, Yi Hao broke through another level and reached 9th level Martial King. Awesome. At this moment, Yi Hao had no other words to describe his heart. In just a short while, he had broken through 3 levels. But at the same time, the notifications in Yi Hao's mind gradually lessened. Hurry up, give me more. I want to break through to 10th level Martial King. Psi tilde finally, the notifications in Yi Hao's mind disappeared. Yi Hao sighed because the experience points did not allow him to break through to 10th level. He glanced at his experience bar. He was less than 100,000 experience points away from breaking through. However, this unexpected gain was already enough to satisfy him. Yi Hao looked at his resurrection points. Suddenly, Yi Hao was shocked and asked in disbelief, "System, are you sure there are so many resurrection points?" At the start, he only had 1 million resurrection points. Those were for the people who had destroyed the Beast Monster Lodge. But now, Yi Hao saw that his resurrection points had broken through the 3 million mark. As long as he had another 1 million resurrection points, he would be able to save up to 5 million resurrection points. At that time, he would be able to summon an expert like Emperor Wu. "Hey, what's with your expressions?" Yi Hao put away his excitement and looked at the people below. Their mouths were slightly open as they stared at him blankly. Pervert. Everyone softly spat out these 2 words. Sun Ba looked at the disciples and said respectfully to Yi Hao, "Lord, let's return to the sect first. This is not a place to talk." "Okay, lead the way." Yi Hao nodded. He had some things to ask Sun Ba. If Yi Hao helped Beast Monster Sect, then it wouldn't be difficult for Beast Monster Sect to rise. Also, Sun Ba looked embarrassed. "What's the matter? Just say it." Yi Hao looked at Sun Ba stuttering and immediately asked, "Master, if our Beast Monster Sect and Spirit Pill Sect are separated again, the 2 sects will definitely be swallowed up, so we made a bet." Sun Ba's expression was a little ugly, afraid that he would vent his anger on Yi Hao. "Master, this matter isn't the sect leader's fault. We had no choice but to do this. We also don't want to see Pill Sect destroyed in our hands." Wang Chong hurriedly stood up and spoke up for Sun Ba. "This young emperor isn't blaming you. You've all confused me. Can you explain it clearly?" Yi Hao said with a chuckle. It turned out that Pill Sect had been separated for thousands of years. Whether it was Spirit Pill Sect or Beast Monster Sect, they were both suffering. Moreover, the 2 were clearly not on good terms. One had to fight internally while the other had to resist the devouring of external enemies. After all these years, one of the Emperor forces had become a spirit force and the other was struggling on the edge of a venerable force. The sect leaders of the two sects knew that continuing like this wasn't a solution, so they wanted to merge the two sects once more. Originally, they had already discussed it, but if they really wanted to merge, there were a lot of problems. For example, who would be the sect leader and who would be the head elder? Once these problems were brought up, neither side was willing to accept the other and the two sects parted on bad terms. But in recent years, this problem was brought up once more. This time, the two sects thought of a solution. That was to have a competition. The winner would swallow the loser. The opponents of the competition naturally wouldn't be the elders of the sects. That was because there was no need to compete to see who was stronger and who was weaker. The opponents of the competition would be chosen from the disciples and they couldn't be over 20 years old. The content of the competition would be pill refining and martial arts. Although the beast monster sect's upper echelons were weaker than spirit pill sects, in terms of the strength of the disciples, the beast monster sect wasn't afraid and immediately agreed. The time of the competition was set to be half a year later. Originally, the beast monster sect had trained a dozen disciples and they were all decent geniuses. The beast monster sect was very confident about the competition. But who knew that at this crucial moment, the disciples that the beast monster sect had trained for so many years would all be poached by spirit pill sect in one night. The beast monster sect couldn't say anything. They had already made an oath about the competition, so naturally, they couldn't go back on it. They wouldn't be instantly devoured by their martial arts power. At this time, it wasn't easy to train a dozen more disciples. Thus, the beast monster sect took things one step at a time and was prepared to be swallowed. Ding dong, please find 10 disciples within half a year. Once the mission is completed, you can swallow spirit pill sect and there are unknown rewards. If the mission fails, the beast monster sect will no longer belong to the host and the heart control pill will lose its effect. The system is a little too much. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Hao was speechless. If the heart control pill lost its effect, then all his hard work would have been for nothing. But the rewards were also huge. No matter what, spirit pill sect was a golden chicken. No matter how bad it was still an exalted level power. It was much stronger than the beast monster sect. Moreover, there were unknown rewards. But Yi Hao believed that the system's rewards wouldn't be too bad. Leave this matter to me. You guys continue as usual. Don't let anyone know that the beast monster sect is in my hands. Yi Hao said. Don't worry, Master, this matter won't be spread. Sun Ba promised, but Master, there are 10 disciples. 5 must be alchemists and 5 must be martial artists. Spirit pill sect, how strong are the disciples that they can send out? Yi Hao asked. Spirit pill sect, geniuses under 20. One is called Tianyi Lu, she is a genius alchemist and is currently a rank 5 alchemist. The other is called Xiao Gongxiu, he is currently a rank 7 martial spirit. Sun Ba blurted out. It could be seen that the two of them were hanging on his chest, making it hard for him to eat and sleep. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.